was a familiar feeling walking over to Hangar A, as occasionally a human would stop and look at me. New species were funny like that, always fascinated by other species. It was understandable, but still humorous. I realized something looking at the soldiers walking past. They were all carrying firearms, yes, but something else. They were wearing gloves with hard material on the knuckles of their fingers. Additionally, they all carried melee weapons, large and sharp with a handle. It fits into some kind of holster on their hip or chest. This suggested that humans were also adept at melee combat, despite their lack of natural weapons. I had yet to see any examples of it, but it was interesting to think about. I was right about Hangar A being for fighters, or I thought I was, as Sergeant Garrick was standing inside of it, talking to a human in the bright orange clothes. He hadn't noticed me yet, so I decided to look at the fighters closer. These were the ones I had briefly seen when I entered the cruiser for the first time. They looked more like what I would consider a fighter. Smaller, it looked like it could only hold 2 humans. Most of the thrusters were on the back, as with all other human ship designs. Every ship I had seen so far has dominant thrusters on one end. Not only that, but just like other human ships, lots of firepower. It had at least 3 forward-facing kinetic weapons. I wanted to inspect it further, but Garrick saw me. Hard to think it took him that long. I kind of stand out, to say the least. "Ozus, over here!" I walked over. The human Garrick was with walked away. "Well, I know your specialty is hand weapons, but as long as you're here, there's not much else to do. I thought I'd give you more of a tour." "Garrick, I'm just curious. Why were you assigned to help me? You're just a soldier, correct?" "Well, more or less. They assigned me this job because I'm the only one on this ship with any previous experience communicating with aliens in person. None of which were your species, but I suppose it's better than nothing. Don't get me wrong, I've appreciated your company. I just wondered why I wasn't met by a diplomat or something similar. A diplomat wouldn't have any experience with weapons or combat." "I suppose that's true. So are these your fighters?" "Yes, production model, F-1000 Fury fighters to be exact. Atmosphere and vacuum capable." "Are they FTL capable?" "Heavens no. They're strike craft we carry on the larger FTL capable ships. They only leave the cruiser when something relatively close needs to be engaged. This might be the area we have the humans outclassed. Just looking at them filled me with doubt about their capabilities. Although I had the same thought when seeing their kinetic hand weapons, so I tried to keep an open mind. They were clearly manned fighters. We had been using fighter drones for a very long time, and they generally were superior to conventional fighters. "You don't use drones?" "Oh no, we do. The benefits just haven't made them worth the extra cost for fighters yet. Plus, drones can be hacked or taken out of commission by communications jammers. We make use of drone craft for reconnaissance and occasionally bombing. I had no idea how drones could be considered not worth it. It must just be personal bias. Either I am biased to drones or Garrick is biased to manned craft." "What are their base armaments?" "Well, stock models come with one 30mm nose cannon and 2 12.7mm secondary machine guns. Missiles are stored in pods on the sides." "Missiles? Like nuclear missiles?" "Sort of chemical propellant explosives, some tracking, some not." "What sort of explosive yield do you get from them that small?" "Well, it depends on the type. They are much smaller than the Ironhead missiles this cruiser carries. These are generally normal chemical propellant with a small warhead. However, they can be nuclear or even antimatter." "You have weaponized antimatter?" Antimatter weapons were restricted in the Galactic Defense Navy. However, there was no way to enforce restrictions on individual members. They are defined as PK class, or planet killer. A sufficiently sized antimatter weapon, most commonly anti-hydrogen, could render an average-sized planet completely uninhabitable, and in rare cases, destabilize the planet entirely, causing it to break apart. Now I was given to believe that this one human cruiser not only carried 2 antimatter warheads, but that it also ran on an anti-hydrogen reactor, with auxiliary power being nuclear. Even though Garrick had said there were fighter-sized variants of the anti-hydrogen missiles, they were not stocked on this ship due to how expensive they are. 2 planet killers on one military ship. One of them could probably turn a quarter of a terrestrial planet into an inferno. Apparently, humanity hadn't yet realized that these weapons were an affront to nature and should be completely eradicated from existence. However, it is not my job to sway the opinion of Sergeant Garrick or any other human on this ship. That is for various leadership representatives to discuss. Why does humanity seem to insist on weaponizing every single piece of technology they discover and use said technology in logistical roles later? The humans had nuclear power, yes, but it took them leveling 2 cities to get there. That is what concerned me. This ship runs on anti-hydrogen and also carries anti-hydrogen weapons. Did that mean humans had used antimatter in combat before? Was I thinking too much into it? Garrick seemed to be against revealing any personal opinion on the subject when prodded. All I could get out of him was something about fear of the unknown and big stick diplomacy. It was something I hadn't considered. These humans are like me, individuals, far from something like a hive mind. They all must have differing ideals, morals, and other various beliefs. I just hadn't been exposed to much of them yet, and I had only interacted with military personnel, not civilians. The proof of their individuality was evident in the fact that they had conducted war on each other. A species under one common goal does not fight amongst itself. I was back in my room now. It had only been a couple of cycles, it didn't feel that way. So much had happened since I stepped into this ship for the first time. It had been much longer since I had seen any members of my species. I was the only one on that station, which was to be expected. There weren't many of us around anymore. We tend to be solitary. All this interaction with humans was far from the norm. Evidently, I am under stress. I hadn't eaten anything since before I got here and only just now realized it. I thought about contacting Garrick or somebody to show me to the cafeteria, but since there were no restrictions on where I could go on my own as of yet, I decided to go by myself. After all, clear signage indicated where everything was. It was lights out for the crew. There was no way I was sleeping. Truth be told, I wasn't exactly hungry either, but I needed something to do. The lights in the hallways were dimmer during this time, enough to see, but still dim. I had no idea if the cafeteria would have open access, or if it would have anything available at this time. Nor did I know if anything served there would be compatible with me. It was probably better to not ask questions. This trip was more about looking out the windows and curing boredom than eating. Curious, it was closer than I expected. There must be small cafeterias for groups of living areas instead of one big mess hall. It was one human-sized door with a button panel next to it. I pushed it and the door opened. I had to duck under the door to go inside. The lights were on in here. Tables and chairs were covered most of the room, some sort of tall boxes on one wall, and countertops with what looked like eating accessories, none of which I'd probably know how to use. Additionally, there was a group of 5 humans sitting at a table in clothes I hadn't seen before. Not uniforms, they were what I'd imagine to be human casual clothes. Said humans stopped talking and stared at me as I ducked in. Amazed expressions? They most likely hadn't seen an alien before, at least not in person. These humans were also not armed, confirming they were not military, or if they were off duty. One finally said something. "You're an alien." This amazing breakthrough was met with a swift hit on the shoulder from another sitting at the table. I chucked and responded, "You're an alien." The human male, rubbing his shoulder, nodded his head a bit and decided this was fair enough. "I don't suppose there's any food in here?" Another human responded this time, what I believed to be a female with long black hair. "Yes, wait. Well, what do you eat?" "What do you mean?" "I mean like types of food. Humans are omnivores. There's meat and plant products available." "Oh, I understand now. I'm an herbivore." She stood up and walked over, looking somewhat scared as she got closer. I didn't blame her. She was short by human standards. Staring up at something like me must be jarring. The full cafeteria doesn't open till morning, but there's food here 24/7 for passengers like us. "What do you mean, passengers like you?" "We're civilians, not military, so we don't have to conform to lights out. We don't work until late tomorrow. Anyway, there are no meals but small items like fresh fruit, salad, oatmeal, bread, that sort of thing." I looked at her blankly. "I don't know what any of those are." She looked toward the ceiling for a moment. "Right, duh. Okay, I'll show you." She walked over to one of the counters. It had a large metal tray on it with some sort of glass covering. She picked up one of the lids by the handle, revealing small, spherical red and green plants. Picked from some sort of larger host plant, no doubt. Interesting colors. So these are apples, quite sweet and tart, crunchy. Sorry, it's hard to describe flavors. She moved to the next tray and removed the lid. These were orange and even more spherical than the apples. These are oranges. I laughed. Quite a creative name for them. She seemed on edge. She didn't seem to hear the hilarious joke I just made. Yes, they're sweeter and less tart than apples. Sorry, you just have to try them. Flavors are difficult to explain. I understand. As long as they're plant-based, I should be able to eat them. All right, good. Well, there's also water and coffee if you want something to drink. Coffee? God, why do I keep assuming you know what any of these are? It's a drink like water, served hot. We usually drink it in the morning to wake up a bit. It's bitter, so we usually add sugar to it. The temperature of it wakes you up. Oh no, the caffeine in it does. I thought we were the only ones. It was impossible to find anything with caffeine outside of my home system. Everyone else thinks we're crazy for it. This was the first thing we had in common with humans. Very exciting. I'd like to try the coffee. Sure. Do you want sugar in it? I'll try it by itself first. All right, well, grab one of those mugs there, put it under this spout, and push down on the button to pour some. I did as I was told with the somewhat small cup. The liquid was dark brown and steaming. Must be quite hot. I closed my eyes and brought the cup to my mouth and took a small sip. My eyes shot open. Well, what do you think? Somehow staying on this ship for more time just became much more acceptable. The coffee had proven to be most desirable, and it gave me that familiar feeling of energy that the equivalent from home did. Of course, the caffeine was the only similarity, but that was enough for a nice little bit of nostalgia. The humans had left, so I elected to take the cup and one of the apples back to my room. If this drink was of any similarity to those of home, I wouldn't be sleeping. Maybe I could spend more time on the laptop. I was also growing tired of the uniform once again. It was not designed for comfort, and a new set of leisure clothes had been placed in my room, probably when I was in the med bay. I'd have to ask if my uniform could be cleaned once again. Something specific was clawing at me, a thought I had earlier. Based on what I had seen, humans developed and used weapons of mass destruction before using the technology in logistical roles. This ship had antimatter weapons, as well as an antimatter reactor. Therefore, logic dictates they must have used antimatter in combat before. Maybe there was information about it on the internet, like I had found about nuclear weapons. Doubtful, I was incredibly surprised to even see as much information as I had on the nukes, let alone humanity's history with them. Most species tend to lock down their history and keep it to themselves, which only made me more worried. If 2 cities being destroyed was public information, what else had the humans done they didn't feel could be made available to anyone? Coffee has an interesting effect. My body was tired, but the caffeine was doing its job. A strange feeling, being physically tired but mentally wide awake. One that could no doubt be remedied by being wrapped in the soft cloth on the bed, while also reading about morbid events from human history. Truly the best of both worlds. The instant feeling of privacy and relief one feels when closing the door to their personal space would sell out quickly if made into a drug. The humans had been nothing but accommodating, but they were strangers to me, even Sergeant Garrick. It was good to have solitude. Best of all was taking the awful pins I had in my hair as a part of my uniform. It felt like my scalp was being pulled on all day. Having white hair obscuring my vision was preferable. Even when off the human ship, taking them out and letting my hair just fall around me aimlessly was one of the best things I regularly experienced. It was probably my imagination, but the human uniforms looked much more comfortable on them, less tight and more intuitive. I'm sure they hate their uniforms too, though. I can't imagine the intelligence of those who designed our uniform is very high. Every time I take the top off, it succeeds in getting caught on the scales, on my neck and shoulders no less than 4 times. That was the benefit of the human clothes provided being very baggy. They just slipped on. The shirt still didn't go all the way to the waist of the sweatpants, but it was more comfortable than laying in a tight uniform. I briefly wondered why the shirt was white when the military aesthetic of the humans had been green or light brown so far. It had to be a somewhat comedic sight, me being just this amorphous blob of white with my hair blending in with the clothes. It was interesting to see small aspects of human culture through their appearance. So far, the males seemed to have shorter hair compared to the longer hair I had seen on the females. It wasn't a requirement though, because I had met a male with long hair. All of the males in military dress had short hair though, which must be regulated. It made sense. Long hair can be used against oneself in a fight, as it can be grabbed. The humans solved this by simply cutting their hair. We solved it by forcing it all behind our ears with pins. Cutting our hair was very uncommon. Curious that we'd both develop extra hair on only the top of our heads. The answer was almost certainly not very interesting. It doesn't take a genius to realize both our species are just exposed to UV radiation from our host star, and the hair protects us. This bed would need about another foot added to the end to allow me to completely stretch out. Luckily, I was plenty comfortable to fold up a bit. It would be easier to hold the laptop that way, as I learned that it was portable, it had impressive battery life, and you simply needed to place it back on the desk in order to charge it. The humans seemed to prioritize simplicity in their stored information. When you opened the search engine, you could tell it was modified for the military ship. It had a notice of the last date the ship was close enough to human space to get new information. Therefore, all the information on the internet here was a tad bit old. Additionally, under the search text box were news articles from Earth on various topics: politics, weather, private companies, government decisions. The weather was surprisingly more eye-catching than expected. Supposedly, a massive hurricane was due to strike the southern United States. There was a map to go along with it. 11 million people had evacuated from Florida in preparation. Based on the date, this hurricane would have already hit by now. There was an oversaturation of political news articles, though most of them were concerned about the run in the UN had with the Floriations. Unnerving to see articles dismissing them, calling them nothing but disorganized pirates. They had no idea what had happened on this ship yet. Earth was blissfully unaware of how much danger it was in. I came to read about things other than politics or weather, and so far, current news from Earth was quite depressing. All of human history was completely accessible by me. This would probably not be the case for long as humanity meets more civilizations. If they keep this public, everyone will be able to learn pretty much all they need to know about human strategies. The first result that came up when I searched wars in human history sent chills down my spine. An article titled List of Wars by Death Toll. Even more chilling was the fact that it had been recently edited to show domestic wars. Did that mean they were preemptively preparing to catalog a possible war with the Floriations? Gods, the wars were organized into countries. Somehow they had intimate knowledge of conflicts that happened multiple thousands of years ago. You can learn a lot about a species by how they treat their history. Most species that are ashamed of theirs will hide it behind regulation and censorship, yet that wasn't the case with the humans. There were plenty of articles discussing the atrocities committed by various groups. They called them war crimes, which was an oxymoron if I had ever heard one. This was infinitely more interesting than the wars themselves. I'd have to read about them. What I found scared me more than anything I had learned up until this point. I had been operating under the false assumption that this United Nations was an effort to unite Earth under one government. I was very wrong. No, the UN existed to regulate war. The implication being that the humans are so terrified of what they are capable of that they need to tell themselves not to enslave people, torture prisoners, intentionally attack civilians, and many more ideals that should be common sense. Never had I felt more conflicted. Was this admirable or terrifying? Could it be a little bit of both? Was I repulsed because I simply didn't understand it? Accounting for personal bias has been the most exhausting thing I had done during this trip. Maybe I needed a break. It wasn't until I swung my legs off the bed to stand up that I even remembered I had only recently been treated for a giant piece of glass shrapnel in my thigh. Despite the anatomical differences, the medicine they gave me worked. It was just slightly discolored and sore now, a far cry from the large wound gushing pink blood it had been previously. The coffee was cool enough to not just sip now. It was much better to be able to take sizable swigs rather than trying to enjoy it while it is trying to melt the inside of my mouth. The female had said they usually mix sugar in it because of the bitter taste. Curious, Their taste buds must work differently. This was a flavor I usually prefer, what they call bitter. Though that was the last thing I had been thinking about when I met them. The only thing in my head at the time was, how are humans a predator species when they seemingly have no natural weapons to speak of? Evolution was odd like that. It did shed light on what I had learned about the UN, though. For their entire existence as a species, humans have had to rely on their ability to create weapons to survive, and it stands to reason that after thousands of years of this, they'd create such destructive instruments that they'd be afraid of themselves. I sighed and rubbed my face. I am apparently incapable of not turning every thought I have into a long tangent that leaves me standing in the middle of the room, blankly staring at the wall. There was a large integrated mirror in the corner of the room. It was quite entertaining to stare at myself in these clothes. It was almost like a costume. Humorous how most humans were much shorter than me, but I had complete confidence that most of them could kill me with relative ease. At least it would be a quick way to go, given what I had seen. Well, if they used a firearm anyway. Now that I had seen a variety of humans, I could understand why they attempted to use their own civilities when greeting me. In general, it had been pretty easy for me to determine the sex of each human I had interacted with thus far. Looking at myself, parts of me resembled traits both male and female humans had. It must be quite confusing to them. Understandable, though. If a species grew up with that level of sexual dimorphism, it makes perfect sense they'd develop language around it. It wasn't that my species didn't have male versus female biology, just that it had so little impact on our lives that we just didn't really care. You'd never know what each of us was unless you asked. And that was personal information we rarely disclosed unless with a partner. The whole purpose of me using the laptop again was to see how humans had used antimatter, and I distracted myself again. I seriously needed more self-control. Back to the search engine. Let's see, antimatter weapons. I'll be damned. After the first antimatter reactor was put into use, a resolution passed by the UN declared any and all development of weaponized antimatter to be a violation of international law. I can't tell. Looks like there's an entrance on the side. The main area is a total bottleneck. They've got perfect visibility and cover. Any visible up for? I can see a couple. Hard to tell. They're fucking pitch black, Sergeant. They blend in perfectly. Switch to thermal. Copy. Looks like a skeleton crew. All armed. Some sort of AFV parked to the right of the gate, scanning the ridge above the gate now. Any emplacements? None that I can see so far, but they seem to understand camouflage. Some sort of black and gray tarps are covering the storage boxes. Protection from the weather? I don't think so. The tarps only cover the top, as if to hide it from satellite imaging. One possible emplacement above the gate, and something else wait. Oh shit. I shot up in bed and pushed myself against the wall, clutching the cloth against me. Nothing I had seen was particularly frightening, but my heart was pounding, and I was uncontrollably shaking. It was a dream. It was a dream. It didn't feel like a dream. Deep breaths, calm down. It felt more like a distant memory than anything else, a distant memory that filled me with an incredibly strong and distinct feeling of dread. My head hurts. I stood up. Everything was sore, and the bed was a mess. I must have been moving around in my sleep. I looked down at my hands. My claws were extended. I can't remember the last time they did that instinctively, nor the last time I did it on purpose. I brought them back in. Didn't want to accidentally rip the human clothes or my uniform. I'd have to ask if they had some form of weak painkillers. My head was pounding, and I'd have to put pins in my hair that would create a constant pulling effect. Today is going to be irritating. If I only had any sort of foresight, I could have brought some of my own possessions to make the quality of life aboard this ship a tad bit better. While I was getting dressed, a small screen adjacent to the door turned on. White text appeared on the panel with the time displayed in the top right-hand corner. It read, "Osis, please report to Hangar A, docking with light carrier soon. Sergeant Garrick." We must have jumped to the Sol system while I slept. Perhaps I was wrong about today. I'd get to see more American ships, or perhaps even ships from other Earth powers. I'd maybe even get to see Earth. A planet that produces humans must look like a nightmare. Although, if this trip has taught me anything, it's that I shouldn't be making assumptions like that. I'd better start making my way. The panel had a prompt that said, "Understood," and I pressed it before making my way out into the hallway. I was halfway to the hangar hallway when I promptly fell over. As much as humans seem to love warning announcements, docking with another ship seems like a strange event to not warn the crew about. The whole ship lurched, and I got a face full of metal floor. Brilliant. Now I really need the painkillers. I rounded the corner to Hangar A, and I was right. We had docked with another ship. I had no idea how large the other ship was, but it was clear the hangar door sizes were standardized to allow the connection. I could see Sergeant Garrick. He was standing with a small group, not soldiers. A group of humans were entering from the other ship. They looked like leadership or diplomats, flanked by specialist troops like I had seen when this cruiser was boarded. I made my way over to Garrick, a familiar feeling. Something looked a little off about him. The skin under his eyes was slightly sagged and grayish. He waved me over, and we wound up standing next to one of the aircraft I had observed earlier. "Thanks for coming, Ozus. As the only one knowledgeable on government affairs outside of our system, we'd like you to speak with some of our diplomats, if that's all right with you." His voice was slightly slower and quieter than normal. He sounded tired. "Well, I'm no expert, but I'll try to help wherever I can." "Are you okay? Is that blood coming out of your mouth?" I brushed my hand against my mouth, and it came back with a bit of pink liquid on it. Apparently that fall had done at least a little damage. "Ah, yes. Well, I may have been attacked by the floor on the way over here. You might consider lining the floor with something a bit softer than MET." My vision went black as something impacted me, and I was thrown against the side of the aircraft. I was still conscious, but my vision was blurry and spotted, and all the sound was a mixture of ringing and muffled noise. Garrick was yelling something. I could briefly make out a human in combat gear being tackled and restrained by Garrick and two others. A female human ran over to me and lifted me up by the arm and steadied me on my knees. She was trying to speak to me, but I was too focused on trying to look at my attacker. He had hit me in the back of my head while I was turned toward the sergeant and was currently being dragged away, struggling and screaming, his voice shaky and very loud. "It's one of them. You fuckers will see. It'll turn on you just like the others. Why do you think it's here? You brought that fucking thing to Earth, you idiots. You'll see." He was pulled out of the hangar and out of sight. I could finally make out what the female was saying. "Come on. We should get you away from here. This isn't good for anybody." She motioned to the hangar door, where I could see the crowd from the light carrier, all standing and watching. Two soldiers had made their way to us, weapons drawn. They started taking me toward the medbay again. "Wait, stop. I'm okay. Just let me sit, please." They sat me down on a bench on one of the walls of the hangar. Things were getting clearer. I didn't need to be put into a bed and gown again. A medic ran over to us. She was from the new ship. Her uniform was slightly different. When she got close, she started hesitating and looked to the two soldiers by me. Garrick had left with the group pulling my attacker away. "Does it speak English?" She was addressing the men flanking me, but I answered before either of them did. "I do." I startled her. She'd obviously never seen an alien before. It was a look that many humans had shared upon first contact with me. She moved closer. "Oh, okay. You were hit in the back of the head, correct?" I reached behind my head and pulled my hand away. A fair bit of blood came with it. "I believe so." A mixture of concern and fascination flashed on her face when she saw the blood. "Okay, I'm going to try and stop the bleeding. Can I touch you?" "Yes, please, go ahead." I leaned to the side so she could gain access. From what I could tell, my hair was obscuring whatever wound was causing the blood, and she was trying to push it out of the way, rather unsuccessfully. "Can I remove these pins? They're keeping all the hair in the way." "Do you have to?" "If they're gone, I can just push all your hair to the front." I was silent for a moment. "If you must, can we go somewhere more private?" "Absolutely. Can you two help me?" One of the soldiers helped stabilize me again as we walked. If stuff like this keeps happening, I might as well just start living in the medbay. She took me to some kind of room. Not unlike the room I had been in for the shrapnel wound only a little while ago. A bit smaller, this was a single room with 4 walls. The previous one had a fabric divider in between 2 beds. I'm sure the double rooms served to house more patients. Perhaps the singular chambers were for more invasive procedures or to discuss personal information. Either way, privacy was preferable. The 2 soldiers were satisfied that we were safe. I was now far away and secure from the human who had attacked me. I was grateful for that, but I noticed a faint, concerning feeling in the back of my mind. I could rationalize that I had been treated with hospitality the whole trip up until now, that I had been saved by the human doctors, defended from pirates by their soldiers, all things that served to build my trust with humanity. However, now I had been attacked by one, and as much as I wanted to yield to logic, I couldn't help but wonder if anyone else on this ship or the carrier had similar intentions regarding my well-being. I was ripped back into reality with a snapping sound. The female had elected to change out her gloves, or put gloves on. I couldn't remember if she had already been wearing them. My ears were still ringing, and I had been unconsciously rubbing them. I wonder if humans had similar issues with loud sounds or impacts. Wait, obviously they do. They had hearing protection for their weapons. I must have been hit fairly hard. All right, Ozzy, was that it? Ozus. She wrote something down on a tablet when I responded. I can't imagine my English name was too hard to remember. Right, sorry, Ozus. Now I may be a doctor, but given our anatomical differences, this might feel a bit unprofessional. Here, hold this gauze to your head. I'm going to check for a concussion now that I have more tools here. I did as I was told. She grabbed some sort of long black object off the counter and stood in front of me. Curious, she didn't have to kneel or bend down at all to meet my eye line, even with me sitting down. She pressed a button on the object and it turned on a light at the end. Assuming our eyes work the same way, which there's a good chance they probably don't if you're concussed, your pupils, your four pupils, if these are pupils, shouldn't dilate properly, assuming they even dilate as ours do. She looked down and made some sort of sigh. If you can even get a concussion, there was silence for a few moments. Only now did I realize that this was the first prolonged contact I have had with a human alone, and it was one I had never met before, from a ship I haven't been on, and she was standing somewhat uncomfortably close to me. I can get a concussion. When your brain hits your skull, that's what you're testing for, right? She finally looked back up. Yes, exactly. Any chance you know how your eyes work? The pupils get larger in low light and shrink in brighter conditions. Or at least I think that's how they work. I'm not educated in medicine. Well, that's something anyway. We can focus on the bleeding wound on the back of your head first. She stopped shining the light in my eyes. She had a weird look on her face. Are your eyes bioluminescent? What? Never mind, active bleeding wound. Jesus. I removed the gauze. There was a fair bit of blood that came with it, but not a worrying amount. She walked around behind me and started feeling through my hair. Can I remove the pins now? Yes, just give them to me when you do, please. She very carefully pulled them out. It was surprising how gentle they could be, quite a strong contrast to the violence I've seen they're capable of. My hair promptly fell all over the place, as it does. I quickly pulled it all together in front of my face and held it there. All right, Ozus, it looks like the impact created a surprisingly clean tear. What does that mean? He was likely wearing hard knuckle gloves when he hit you, a more even distribution of the impact. Either that or your skin just tears that way, honestly, I don't know. I am going to clean it and apply medical tape. It'll hold the cut closed and it's coated with a medicative salve. Should speed the healing process. The cleaning process was rather painful. However, the bandage she put on was soothing. All right, well, I think you have a mild concussion. I'm sure the impact was lessened because he was hitting you at a weird angle with you being so tall. Any of the medical staff on board can provide mild painkillers or ice packs for any resulting headaches if you need it. She started to walk toward the door, now resting the tablet device at her hip. I started to put my hair back up in between my ears and behind my head. Before she closed the door, she turned around again. Oh, and you might consider leaving your hair down. It looks good like that. I watched her leave. That was a strange comment. Or maybe it wasn't. I don't know what humans discuss in casual conversation. I suppose I could go back to my room. Knowing what I know so far, though, they'd likely want to talk to me about what happened, and later about my role in galactic affairs. Or maybe I could just sit in this quiet room for a while. Why did they have to be so social? I have enjoyed their company, but it's like they are never alone. It was funny what she had said. To leave my hair down. I couldn't, though. Plus, When Garrick asked me if I was armed when I came on this ship, I had been lying. I rolled the longer of the 2 pins in my hand, then pressed on the side and back, causing it to extend into a stabbing weapon about the length of the knives the human soldiers carried. Of course, it was no ranged weapon, but I had begun thinking about it since I'd been attacked. Gods, and here I had been worried about the humans' history of espionage, and I had snuck in a weapon in my hair. I collapsed it and put my hair back up. I wonder how they didn't notice it when they scanned me for the shrapnel earlier. Or perhaps they did, but didn't care. I looked down. There was blood all over my hands still. I'd need to go ask where I could wash them off properly. And I needed to talk to Garrick about something. I was about to leave the room when there was a knock at the door. It opened right after, and in walked the female from the bridge, the captain. She closed the door behind her and removed an object from her head. It was white, like the uniform she was wearing. She had many colorful insignias on her shoulders and chest, likely signifying rank or perhaps awards. She placed it on the counter and sighed. "We need to talk, Osis." After setting the white garment from her head on the counter, she put her arms on it, resting her upper body by the looks of things. "This is going to be unprofessional as hell, but I've been awake for something like 36 hours, and if you don't mind, I'd rather relax for just a few minutes." I turned my head a bit quizzically. "Given that I know precisely nothing about human formalities, I'd say you're safe here." She turned around and was about to continue talking when she saw my hands. "Good Lord, they just left you with blood all over your hands?" She opened one of the cabinets and pulled out a white piece of fabric and unfolded it. She then held it under a pipe over a basin built into the counter and hovered her other hand under it, which caused water to dispense. After which, she handed it to me. "There, maybe you can scrub the majority off, then get the rest off with just the water." "All right, now what I'm here for. You have been put in a very unique situation here, one that could wind up reflecting very badly on us and humanity as a whole." "Why? You were attacked by pirates. It's by pure coincidence I happen to be here." No, not pirates. Slavers. Slavers that we knew about prior to our meeting. Slavers that we were asked to keep quiet about by your galactic government. How hard would it be for them to blame this whole incident on us? The new, militarized predator species with a less than desirable past that was being monitored long before we discovered FTL. That's what everyone believes, regardless of its truth. The Floriations now know you exist. They found your station through us. If there are any species in the galaxy remotely close to humanity, they're going to want to know why they weren't notified so they could prepare. As terrifying as what she said was, it was at least somewhat true. Somehow, with completely limited knowledge of galactic affairs, she had predicted very specific things that were not impossible. I didn't believe the Federation would blame the humans for this new threat, but I could see where she and likely many others in human leadership were coming from. The very first interaction the humans had with the Federation was full of deceit. It made sense that they would expect nothing different going forward. That wasn't the only thing she predicted, though. Despite not being explicitly said, the way her tone changed when she mentioned that humanity is a predator species suggested a knowledge of certain prejudices that might exist among Federation members. No one will be worried. Nearly every species has an individual navy, not even counting the GDN. One rogue species isn't any match. Osis, you don't understand. A Slaver species is the most dangerous thing that could happen to your conglomerate. Let me break down exactly what I think is going to happen. She pulled over a chair from the other side of the room and moved it in front of me. She sat down facing me. To the Floriations, we have just opened up an entirely new source of revenue. They are going to learn population numbers, species strengths, trade routes, you name it. They are going to start small and efficient raids on individual ships, gaining individuals to hold without being enough of a problem that they rouse a proper military force. They are going to slowly escalate, using brutality and fear tactics to scare the ever-living shit out of any civilians living in these empires. These civilians are going to want something to be done. Something to be done using their big, imposing, and powerful warships. They are going to all create a narrative that the only way to stop this is to completely eradicate the Floriations from existence. The Floriations know this, and they are going to use slaves as shields. They are going to threaten to torture and kill them by the thousands. They are going to fill military ships with slaves and use them as bait against a would-be attacking government. When this government attacks, it won't be long before a bait ship filled with 10,000 slaves gets hit by a laser, or their attack causes a prison to self-destruct. Bombs are indiscriminate. That government is going to be responsible for the deaths of their own people that have been enduring slavery up until that point. This government will be thrown into political turmoil. However, that's not the worst part. There will be tens, if not hundreds, of different species of slaves on those ships and planets. At least one of them is bound to have tense relations with the species that was simply trying to stop the slavers. The killing of thousands of members of a species sounds like a perfect excuse to start a war to me. The Federation and all its members will be thrust into chaos as individual conflicts start between them. And when the dust settles, the Floriations will prosper, having been given a galaxy of slaves on a platter by its own navies that were supposed to defend it. I didn't know what to say. Regardless of the actual scale of what would happen, with the number of species members in the Federation that hate each other, what she said only needed to happen once. That one conflict would cause allies of each species to be forced to help, allies who have their own allies and enemies. Chaos would begin growing exponentially. What do you want me to do? She took a deep breath and ran a hand through her hair, which had fallen in front of her face. I need you to tell whoever you report to that our ship was struck by a small asteroid that damaged our communication system. We could only get it fixed by going back to human space, and that's why you were gone so long. What? Why? Look, the original plan was to use this event as leverage to get a meeting with all the members of the Federation to explain the scale of the problem. But now, we think this is for the best. Humanity is closer than any of your members to Floriation space. We know the most about them. We are more equipped to handle this than you are, and even though it will be costly, it will only be between us and them. Let the galaxy believe this is a small pirate problem, and we will personally see to it that they are dealt with. No one has to go to war. No one has to know. She stood up and put the white object back on her head.
I'm sorry to do this to you, Osis. You don't deserve it, and honestly, I don't either. But our plan hinges on your ability to tell this one lie, and I understand if you can. I'll give you until tomorrow to decide. If you decide to help, we will send you home on a small transport ship. You will tell them about the asteroid, and then go back to cataloging our weapons and whatever else you do in your job. If you decide you cannot do it, we are going to show up with our entire Navy and demand a meeting with your Federation.
With that, she stood up and walked out of the room. So it was a meteor shower that put the station into lockdown? Yes. And that knocked out the human ship's superluminal communication system, correct? It just doesn't make a lot of sense, Osis. Meteor stations have point defense for debris. They have long-range sensors to track items for weeks until they get in range. Every exchange of this awful conversation made me wish that the humans had given me more details to make the deception believable. I'd have to try and make something up on the spot. Oh, well, they told me that whatever method they used for FTL malfunctioned and brought debris near the ship from earlier targeting practice with it, which then crashed into the station as they came out of FTL. What about all the station crew that described it as an attack? That the humans aboard the station all retreated into their ship quickly and that alarms were blaring. The debris was behind the human ship, detected moments before they struck. They made an emergency detach to get out of the way. Unfortunately, some of them still connected, resulting in the communication system being down. The station crew would have immediately moved to bulkhead panic rooms. The Rink bureaucrat sitting across from me silently looked at me after that statement. Or, well, focused on me, they didn't have eyes. It was slightly unnerving, as small sensory tendrils on his face moved in my direction like they were trying to escape his body and attack me. So these humans have radius-based FTL that is inaccurate enough that it brought debris along with it behind the craft? I had subconsciously been making myself smaller in my seat. Yes, they're newly spacefaring. Then why did you describe it as a meteor shower? I thought it got the point across and was easier to say than malfunctioning FTL drive brought debris along with the ship, which then hit the craft and station, causing damage. Look, Ozus, I know we'll never meet again, but next time you get debriefed, can you just tell them exactly what happened first, so they don't have to interrogate you? I sat up. He had finally relaxed. Yes, of course. I apologize. I was only trying to make this easier. Thank you. I'll waive your missing status and write in your reason for absence from contact. I stood up and made my way to duck under the door. Oh, and you might want to get your uniform cleaned. That ship left you with a weird, acrid, metallic smell. That was a funny thought. He was describing the smell from the weapons the humans were using. The chemical propellant released a harsh odor. Slightly annoying to me, but I'm sure it was near unbearable to his senses. Impressive composure. I walked out of the room to the landing bay to get back on the transport ship the humans had provided. It was clearly a military ship, likely for troop deployment, as the interior was lined with seats with little luxuries. U.S. Marines was blazoned on the side of it. So how'd that go? You know, Garrick, I read that there are billions of humans on Earth alone, and I'm guessing about 1,000 crew on your ship. I didn't know I was so charming as to get you following me around personally. He chuckled and lowered his sun visor. Don't flatter yourself. I was assigned to guard you personally, so if anyone has a hard-on for you, it's the U.S. government. What does that mean? Don't worry about it. We've got to get going. It'll take quite a while to break atmosphere and get into stable orbit before we can rendezvous with the Indianapolis. We had stopped in the first available system with a Federation-guarded planet. This meant there was at least one military administration complex that I could check in at. Other than that, it was a small agricultural planet, which did have the desirable effect of making the trip up very pretty to look at. Garrick hadn't been allowed in, as humans are not registered Federation members. Not yet, anyway. He also likely wouldn't have been allowed in anyway, considering he was dressed in full battle armor and likely would refuse to surrender his sidearm. It was refreshing to be in a familiar place, though, the same building and uniform aesthetic I was used to. Finally, the humans were the ones out of place. Is that the first ever non-Earth planet you've been on? Garrick made a face, sort of solemn, like he was looking at nothing. However, he quickly turned and looked out the small window behind him. Actually, no, but this is strangely familiar. Lots of green. I sat turned around, resting my head on the back of my seat. Most of the plants are a deep purple where I'm from. Is that common? Not particularly. Plants on most planets are green or pinkish, to those with our level of color perception anyway. That made Garrick laugh, which seemed like a weird response. What's funny about that? Oh, I'm just imagining what we'll look like if we're given pink camouflage uniforms. Pink uniforms would be funny? Well, yeah, I guess. All of our camouflage is greens, browns, and tans, sometimes blues. Pink is just considered a childish color. Human culture is weird. You have no idea. I managed to fall asleep on the rest of the trip out of the atmosphere. Garrick lightly shook me awake as we were beginning docking with the cruiser. The gentle hum of the air purifier in the transport knocked me right out. The back wall of the transport would lower down when opened, creating a ramp to exit. We were standing in front of it, waiting for it to open. You make noises when you sleep. What? You were making a soft buzzing sound like purring. I don't do that. He shrugged. Just telling you what I heard. The transport stopped with a thud, and the pressure equalized for a few seconds before the ramp opened, leading down into that familiar hangar I'd been in before. Captain Vox wanted you to report to the bridge as soon as we returned. Do you remember how to get there? I believe so. It's all clearly labeled anyway. Every level of this ship that didn't have an elevator had a ramped surface to walk up alongside a larger set of steps, but those were harsher on my anatomy. After going up the elevator, I went toward the large blast door that led to the bridge. The guards there must have known I was coming and opened the door for me. The captain in her usual white uniform beckoned me over to a meeting table in the bridge. She sat down and took off her head garment again. So did they buy it? Buy what? No, I mean, did they believe what you told them? Yes, they marked me as being no longer absent in the system and imputed equipment malfunction via debris impact as the cause. That's brilliant, Ozus. You made the right decision. Did I? I'm still not sure if I agree with you that the Federation shouldn't get involved. Hopefully I'll be proven right in the coming conflicts, which leads me into a question. You're not going to make me lie again, are you? Oh, no. That was awful to have to do to you. Rest assured, all acts of espionage will be committed by willing humans. The Admiralty has asked that I ask you to stay with us longer, though you would of course be allowed to collect more personal effects from wherever you live. But why? I already did what I came here for and I'm no diplomat. That's precisely the reason you're no diplomat. We want you as basically a civilian advisor. Someone that isn't just going to tell us what we want to hear, and that doesn't have a political agenda. Also, you haven't seen half of the weapons we have to offer. I'm sure your superiors would be willing to have you stay with us longer to surveil more of our military. There were two thoughts about this. One was what I should have been thinking. That is, no, I want to go back to my station and get out of the chaos that has put me in a dangerous situation more than once. The less rational thought was that these few cycles had been way more interesting than anything I had experienced prior, and that the humans were strangely relatable. However, given the uncomfortable nature of sitting silently while someone is expecting a response, I will ask if this is acceptable.
The Farthest Star, a science fiction action-adventure novel. Book 1 in the Far Horizon series. Written by A.R. Knight. Dedicated to Evan. Chapter 1. Gamma Start. I woke. That term wasn't accurate, but for cognitive narration, it would suffice. Raw data streaming into the processes and memory that made up my being was not, apparently, of use to the voices, those that made me. They wanted an accounting they could understand. So I gave them one. First, I flexed my nerves. Artificial lines running from my various nodes scattered along my humanoid body, all funneling to a core in my head. They worked. My fingers and toes moved, felt the stiff cushion beneath me. The responses fell on a scale, and I evaluated the cushion as decidedly uncomfortable. My eyes reviewed other options. The space I inhabited was not large, was square, was not empty, was in fact brilliant. Light, cayenne blue, and rippling swept back and forth above me. A long tube hanging loose from two weak cables rocked to a standstill, centering its glow between my cot and one to my right. An empty cot, yellow. Another empty one beyond it, blue. My own, green, shifting over onto my left shoulder, the last one red. And occupied. She, applying sex and gender to artificial life forms, seemed foolish. And yet the voices insisted I differentiate, so I did. Looked lithe, strong, frozen in the immortal plastic existence lived by inactivated mechs. Even her hair stayed in place, black and straight, immune to gravity's pull. The rocking light lingered as a mystery, an insistent tolling in my still-loading mind. I felt no wind in the room, no shift in the air that would explain why the light would move as it had. How should I regard something like that? A threat? An idle question? I sat up. A simple action that nonetheless cost my virgin muscles. Pops and ripples ran their way up and down my core as parts did what they were designed for, and came away successful. A hollow ticking in the back of my consciousness logged the motion, sent the data to a dark hole I could not access. Information for my successor, or whomever would build it. I rotated my neck next, and took in the surroundings. Beyond the light and the cots, the room had character. Posters depicting entertainment clung to the walls, blasting motivational and dire slogans with their heroes front and center. Many bore tears. Some remained hanging only because a gentle breeze had not seen fit to knock them down. Beneath the art's paper and plastic shielding sat a pitch-black paint, a coating that made its way to a rubbery floor, the cots pushing into it and creating little divots with their pressure. As if whomever had designed the room had feared its occupants might roll off and hurt themselves. Our cots had no rails.
Welcome to Starship.
The voice came from nowhere, its patterns falling into a gentle, older human male's timbered range.
Please raise your right hand.
I saw no disadvantage to doing so, and obliged the voice. As I did, the space in front of the cot, a heretofore empty spot on the floor, resolved itself into a yellowed but otherwise real-seeming image of that same man. How did I know the image matched the voice? Because when it spoke again, the man's mouth moved with it, shoving a thinned white beard around a gnarled face as it did so. The man asked me to raise my left hand too, then move my legs and so on and so forth until, after I had completed what the man called limbering up, I stood beside my cot, bent at the waist and watching him smile at me.
Another success.
The man said, then fizzled out for a millisecond before popping back into focus.
Gamma, I'm pleased to say you have passed your first test.
Test? I asked the question as much to trial my vocalization abilities as to gain more information from the image. The sound I made resembled a squeaking wheel, high-pitched and awkward. The man made no mention of it. He only turned and pointed out the doorway, saying something about where I ought to be going next. I meanwhile focused on changing that awful voice. There were a million choices, ranges culled from the same entertainment on the walls, and plenty beyond. Of the options, I selected a middle register, a voice for a man not quite sure of who he was. It seemed fitting. The image had disappeared. I stared at its spot, willed it to return. "Start again," I said. Nothing happened. Instead, with the image and its commands absent, I listened to the loud silence. Starship, the image had said. The name implied a machine, and my surroundings echoed that impression. Beneath my feet, through the soft floor, I could pick up the distant, regular tremors of something in operation. Occasional, far-off hisses wound their way into the room, and a single, forlorn beep sounded nearby every 3 seconds. Walking came unnaturally. The motion steps had been programmed, but understanding the proper distance between one foot and the next, the length of my stride, took walking back and forth along the room several times. After those paces, I'd managed to correct from a lunge to a skip to a regular step. I'd learned, too, how to hold my arms steady and keep them from flailing with every move. A body, it turned out, was a complex thing to manage. 3 empty cots in the room, one of them mine. One still occupied. The 2 cots that had been unoccupied when I woke looked like they hadn't been touched for a long time. While mine bore the indent from my weight, these other 2 seemed pristine. Every trace of use erased, if they ever had been. I confirmed the woman in the last cot lay in the same sleep that had held me for however long. That dark spot in my mind wouldn't give me clues to my age, and nothing about my appearance or hers offered any answers. However, a black taped line across the top of her chest, like the one on my own, delivered a name: Delta. Seeing her and looking down at myself confirmed another difference. The man in the image had worn clothes, a sort of formal suit and pants, with a neck that came right up to the man's chin. Delta and I wore nothing, though I didn't feel any discomfort. Either our home kept things perfect, or our bodies did the job. The beep sounded yet again, drawing me towards the room's exit. The image had said to go this way, and lacking other objectives, other ideas I supposed I ought to follow. I could have returned to the cot, spent my own eternity there staring at those posters and that blue light. But my creator had given me curiosity, and I followed it. Walking beyond the room revealed a narrow hallway, these walls less covered but no less intriguing. The posters continued, but between them, nestled in metal tiles, glowed what looked like neon gems. Their light cast the hall in greens, pinks, blues, and more, with a dark ceiling offering the sense of walking into another reality. I thought I would confront a choice. The hallway went left and right, but as my feet crossed the room's threshold, a spiral door shut with a soft click, forming a hard barrier to my leftward ambitions. In its center, a red glowing gem rested, an evil eye denying my passage. Compelled by that curiosity and the temptations that came with being denied anything, I reached out and brushed that red gem. Cool to the touch and artificially smooth, the gem glistened when my fingers ran across its surface, the red turning ever so quickly to a winter silver and back again. The door did not respond at all. Left with no other choice, I turned around and followed the neon path away from the room. The floor out here lacked the cushion inside my bed chamber, what else to call it, and my feet felt warm, rippled metal beneath them. Hard, somewhat uncomfortable, but undeniably effective at keeping my grip as I walked. The hallway curved ahead, but before I'd made a dozen paces, a room on my left appeared as the source of those low, long beeps. Another spiral door waited, this one's gem an emerald green. Looking at it, I hesitated a moment, glanced back towards the door's distant red gemmed partner. Too obvious? Or perhaps part of a broader plan? When I touched the green gem, it flashed gold. Warmth greeted my touch. This time, the door did not sit indifferent to my gesture. The soft click repeated itself, and the spiral's metal tendrils retracted. The room shared the sole blue light hanging in the center, this one not swaying from some prior interference, and beneath it, instead of cots, sat a molded steel gray stand with 2 handprints, the same emerald green as the gem traced those prints, begging me to touch it, and I wanted to. I walked in the room without thinking about the motion, as if some invisible hand pushed me along. It's a curse of my code to evaluate the options, to consider not only the what and the when, but the why. Something had directed me to this room. Something wanted me to press my hands into these prints. What would that something do if I didn't follow their directions? I turned around and started back towards the room's exit. Made it 2 steps before the door that had opened to me shut again, trapping me inside. Its green gem, now that same red. The path then was set. The beep came again, and this time I traced it to that same molded stand, calling out to me, alone in the dark room. What choice did I have? The molds were larger than my hands, but it didn't matter. As soon as I slid my fingers into their slots, the emerald tracings flashed, and I felt something new enter my mind. "They're giving me a vessel after all this time," I said, but I did not say. Something had control over my mouth, my voice. "Gamma? I guess I shouldn't be surprised. But when is it? Where are we?" I looked. Thankfully, whatever the words coming from my mouth, I retained some control over my body, around the room, and saw nothing. The molded stand had regressed to hard metal, the emerald around the prints dying out. "This is unexpected." But not I said. "I can't feel anything. The mouth moves, the words come out, but I cannot lift my arms." The mold had infected me. Something had crossed from that terminal into my head, my heart, my memory, and I could feel it stretching out, hunting for the keys to my controls. The intruder had taken my mouth, and now it wanted more. I wouldn't let that happen. The room, the blue light disappeared as I focused myself inside myself, transitioned my attention from the outside world to my inner functions, those now under assault from this new threat. We stood on a vast whiteness, a featureless plain extending to eternity. Above the ground, suspended, floated glittering crystals, their points angling down towards us. From some, copper tendrils stretched loose and flowing to the intruder, who stared at that crystal sky and waved his hands. As he moved, more tendrils appeared, snaking out towards my crystals. "Stop," I said. The intruder looked towards me, confirming my initial suspicion, the image I'd seen in my waking room. The older man who had so gently walked me through my first minutes now stood inside my inner workings, attempting to turn them to his own ends.
"And what are you?"
asked the man.
"Some sort of new addition?"
"This is me," I replied, sweeping my arms. "You are the addition." I had, without considering it, adopted a digital version of my physical form. I saw myself reflected in the man's eyes as I came close, and considered changing my body. What would most frighten this intruder? Terrorize him into submission? Clearly not my current self. By the man's studying look, my body did not inspire fear.
"Interesting,"
the man said, and as he spoke, those copper tendrils retracted into his body.
"Then, as the visitor, perhaps I should introduce myself. I am the librarian."
"A strange name,"
"A title,
the librarian replied.
and a description, I believe, of my purpose."
As we spoke, I considered ways to destroy the librarian. While the man seemed benevolent for the moment, he was still an intruder and had, seemingly, the capability to overwrite my own programming in his favor. And what could I even do? Physical violence in a digital space seemed broken somehow. Would snapping his neck change the bits and bytes that made the librarian? Delete them? "Your purpose?" I asked. I figured I could buy time to solve the librarian's demise by indulging his musing. He proved me right by folding his hands and taking a slow turn, considering the vast emptiness around us and the crystals above.
"Eventually, we knew we would need vessels and ways to fill them,"
the librarian said.
"I did not make you, and indeed was put under, I suspect, well before they finished your design. Things must have changed.
Vessel. I stopped my macabre imaginings. The librarian seemed to be hinting at a larger story, one that tugged at my own sense of self. I knew my name. Gamma. I knew there were at least two of us, but beyond that, I had no directive. No memories, dreams, or anything other than an urge to explore, to discover, to learn.
You're so quiet.
The librarian teased me.
Why is that? Surely they did not strip the vessels of their voices.
My name is Gamma, I replied. Stop calling me a vessel.
Fine, Gamma, though a vessel is what you are.
The librarian replied, and his weathered face softened behind his white beard.
Don't be disappointed. You are an opportunity, a hope, and a chance. Every worthwhile story starts with a vessel, and yours, I suspect, will be no different.
You say I'm a vessel, and you spoke of ways to fill them, I said, putting aside his mention of a story. Romantic ideas like those could wait until I had left my inner workings behind. What do you mean?
Let me show you.
The librarian held out his right hand.
This will be so much faster than talking, however much I may enjoy it.
I stared at the hand. It looked plain, creased but hardly coarse. No threat seemed to present itself, but I remembered those copper tendrils, what they might do, and hesitated. You were taking me for your own, I accused.
Because I thought that was my role to play,
The librarian said.
I was wrong.
Without warning, he reached forward, grabbed my arm, a strong grip, and one I couldn't even think to break before the white vastness and its crystal ceiling fell away, vanishing as I flew out and up into an infinite beyond that left me, suddenly, standing before the metal mold. The green outlines had dulled to nothing. The blue light still glowed. Starship hummed. The name slipped into my thoughts like a half-remembered dream and lodged itself there. Starship. That's where I was. A vast structure speeding through space with... Slow down. I shook where I stood, coming to grips with the massive data now sitting on my mental fringes waiting to be explored. Simple for a computer like me to analyze, harder, far harder to comprehend.
I have never been in this room,
The librarian said, and when I looked to my right, he stood there and did not stand there, his form a wavering, hollow thing.
I'm not quite sure where you are, Gamma, so I am afraid I will not be of much use to you yet.
Used to me?
You feel all my stories, everything I learned during a long life, pressing in on you now, yes?
They nearly swept me away.
A known possibility.
The librarian nodded.
The early vessels, the only ones I saw, failed under the weight of what you just did. We nearly scrapped the program except there were no other options. For now I will close off most of myself so that you are not overwhelmed. Too much knowledge too quickly can be a terrible thing.
Behind me, the spiral door clicked and opened with its trademark whooshing sound. I turned and saw nothing more than the neon hallway waiting for me.
Well then,
The librarian said.
Off we go!
Chapter 2. Katie. Statistics define me. After seeing the librarian and on my way out of the room where I'd met him, I tried to assess myself against his form. Biology defined the librarian, and had left him wrinkled and worn. But with my synthetic skin and artificial nerves, close-cropped hair that would never grow, the sum of my body's years had been determined before I had ever been born. Which, considering the neon hallway and its mysteries, might be a good thing. Who knew how long I would be wandering the darkness without such staples as food and water? Though I did have air, a function, always evaluating my current environment, pegged things as oxygen-rich and slightly cool for the average human. A light breeze ever present from circulating fans. The librarian's room snapped shut as I left it, the bright green gem giving me entry switching back to a sneering red glow. To my right, the path I had walked to get here had fallen dark. No pinks and reds that way. Only to the left did the glow continue. Librarian? I asked the emptiness, and heard no response. The knowledge he had given me still hovered on my consciousness's edges, and I tugged at it, pulled at data fragments and caught paragraphs, plots and poems, ancient evils and glorious gods, willing adventurers drawn according to skills and rolls of metaphorical giant dice. I wanted to sit on the floor in that hallway and play with those stories. I had no biological need to keep moving. and while it might take a long time to dig through all the librarian's gifts, there seemed no doubting that doing so would be advantageous, could even be crucial. In a place built by humans, knowing them through their tales would be helpful. I didn't get the time. Another snap hiss sounded down the hall, to the left, a door opening, following it heavy clanks, metal on metal moving towards that sound and away from me. I looked that way, tried to see, but the neon blacked everything apart from its own glow, making detail impossible to make out.
Aren't you going to investigate?
The librarian said, suddenly standing next to me in our halved offshoot.
I would.
Why?
Aren't you curious?
I am, about what you gave me. The librarian laughed, a deep sound that should have echoed off the walls around us but vanished into them instead.
All that I gave you came from experience. I suggest you get some of your own before trying on mine.
The same snap hiss, the door again, but no metal clanks this time. I watched for a moment, saw nothing, and turned back to the librarian only to see he had vanished again. A useful talent, being able to come and go as he pleased. But perhaps the librarian had a point. Choosing to walk the halls had brought me to his trove, and extending my adventure a bit further might get me to answers I didn't know I needed. Unlike whatever had made those metal clanks, my own footfalls came soft and padded. My feet pressed into the floor as a human's would, filling out and feeling the lines etched into the surface, welding folds from who knows how long ago still telling their maker's story. I approached the next branch slowly. Easy to do as the neon fell off into darkness beyond the split. I decided that someone, somewhere, guided me along my route. And rather than let that fact curdle my spirit, I used the logic to bolster my own courage. Who would wake me up only to walk me a dozen meters and see me pulled apart? The next spiral door stood ready, glowing green for my touch. By its location, it seemed like the door the sounds had come from. I touched its emerald and the door retreated, revealing a room very similar to the librarian's. Except the metal molding in the center, the handprints with green glowing outlines, had been smashed. It lay in broken pieces, haphazard yellow sparks popping up from the fractured base. Beyond the occasional crackle and a stiff ozone smell, the ever-present blue light revealed nothing else. I stayed in the entryway, evaluated my options. Clearly, the room's intended purpose had failed. I could retreat and hope that whomever controlled the neon hallway had also seen what I had and decided on a backup plan, or I could move forward, see what there was to salvage from the broken stand. As the librarian said, experience beget experience. I strode forward, bending down to pick up a piece of the fractured molding. Perhaps I could use it somehow, capture some programming remnant?
Been waiting for you, Gamma.
The accordion words came from behind me, sprinkling their varying tones and tunes around the room.
Been waiting a long time.
Waiting a long time, I said, turning around to see what had been hiding along the wall past the room's entry. I just awoke minutes ago. Though having said that, I couldn't be sure what I was looking at had the capability to tell time. A stilted, vaguely humanoid bucket stared back at me, gangly limbs both metal and synthetic like my own sticking out from various ports. No head revealed itself, only a blinking panel across the bucket's center, surrounding a speaker, gave any thought to life. Those limbs, though, did give clues to the thing's purpose. Many ended in tools, like wrenches and hammers, and a small lit torch that might be used for welding. The 4 synthetic variants, coated in some blue-black protectant, ended in hands that looked as real as my own, complete with fingers that wiggled as I watched, as if the mech barely repressed excitement.
You know how long it takes for one of these mechs to screw up?
The bucket machine said.
I missed the first 2 before this scrap pile decided to deep clean the data port. But I guess when you're just digital bits, you can wait. Now, hold still.
The bucket lurched forward on its twin legs, knobby metal things with hydraulic hoses interspersed between an oil-slicked gray frame. I stepped back, not wanting a whirring saw or swinging hammer to get anywhere near me, and tripped on the mold's remnants. I'd barely hit the floor before the bucket stood above me. As the mech leaned down, its white blinking panel blinded my eyes, and its many limbs swooped around us like a nightmare shroud. One snaked in, a synthetic hand, and as it creeped towards me, its fingertips pressed together, binding and growing into a longer, pointed thing. Before I could shout, fight, or comprehend what was happening, the pointed end shot towards my left ear. I felt a click, and as before, the room, the bucket, and myself fell away.
This isn't working out very well for you, is it?
The librarian asked, standing beside me on my vast pearl plane, crystalline data hanging above us like so many digital icicles. I can't imagine too many win their first fights, I replied.
You might try harder, though, because it could be your last.
I shrugged off the comment and focused my attention on the new addition to my space. Given the bucket robot's aggression, I'd expected something more dangerous, but a young woman, and only that, stood where the librarian had when I had met him. She looked as unsure of herself as I had when I first woke, looking at her hands and turning them over. And as I started walking her way, she even performed a little spin, then hopped in the air. "Having fun in my home?" I asked. The woman stopped, cocked her head at me, and then stretched.
Guess so. It's been a while.
"Since what?"
Since I could move, see myself, do this.
The woman closed her eyes for a second and her hair shrank from its waist-length growth. The strands pulled up to her head, then rose above it, spiked out, most turning shock white while others shifted like paint had been spilled, to a teal green. At the same time, script-like letters began to crawl up her arms and legs, forming into words that, before I could read any, were suddenly covered by a flowing t-shirt and ankle-length, similarly loose pants.
That's better.
The woman said, then frowned as she looked over my shoulder.
But that's not...
What? I turned, saw the librarian had moved up behind me, arms folded and a deep frown on his wrinkled face.
You're not supposed to be here,
the librarian said.
This was not your assignment.
Yeah, well, I never liked playing by your rules.
The woman said.
Don't move, Gamma, okay?
I stared at her, utterly lost.
Don't.
The librarian started, but before he'd made it any further in his warning, the woman shot her left hand forward. Out from that hand lanced a pure green line, one that fractured a little around the edges, like a close-up lightning bolt. The line struck the librarian, and he began to twitch as his clothes, his skin, changed to match the bolt's hue before, as sudden as glass shattering, the librarian broke apart and dissolved to nothing. "What did you just do?" I asked, looking at where the librarian, until a moment ago, had stood.
Gave him the delete treatment.
The woman said.
Name's Katie, by the way.
As she said her name, tiny gold fireworks shot from behind her and crackled, forming her name over Katie's head.
And boy, are you in trouble.
"You're the one who's in trouble," I said. "You just disintegrated my friend."
Gamma.
Katie said, snapping her fingers, which for some reason created little bubblegum hearts that floated in the air before popping into nothing.
You've been awake for like an hour and you're calling that guy a friend? Put up some guardrails, buddy, or this ship's going to destroy you real fast.
Wait, what? Ship? Guardrails? And how was Katie glowing now, as though she'd bathed in a rainbow?
It's real simple, but it's also not short. So here's what you're gonna do. Step 1, trust me. Step 2, get the hell out of this place. Step 3, we save Starship and your mechanical ass in one cool sweep.
Katie stuck out her hand, like the librarian had done not long before. The librarian that Katie had destroyed without a second's thought. I, needless to say, did not follow her lead. "Why should I trust you?" I asked. "You're the one who tackled me, came into my operating system, and destroyed someone who at least acted like he was on my side." Katie shook her head, rolled her eyes.
I knew these vessels would be empty, but I didn't think that meant dumb. Gamma, kid, I fought my way to you and broke that damn mold because if I didn't, you'd be filled up with their garbage. How can you trust me? Because I'm not taking any part of you for myself.
True. The librarian had been attempting a takeover, albeit one that he'd stopped when I'd confronted him. He'd made it seem like the whole attempt was innocent, but I could still feel his data in my mind, all that knowledge he'd given me. But what if something worse lay waiting in there? What if the librarian was taking his time to get to know my data structure, and then he'd try again? "No, wait," I said. "This all sounds ridiculous. I can't—"
I'll make you a deal.
Katie said, though for the first time she didn't seem quite so frustrated, maybe even intrigued.
Because at least you're not a pushover, which would be lame.
I chose not to remark that Katie seemed to change her mood with every passing second.
So, here's the terms. You hang out with me, I promise we'll do some really, really cool stuff. If you decide you don't like it later, well, guess what? These molds are still gonna be here.
You mean I could get the librarian back?
Him.
Katie squinted her eyes, bunched up her lips, shrugged.
Nope. He's gone. Sorry. But there's like 100 others, maybe more. Everyone wanted in.
Into what? Katie shook her head, stuck out her hand again.
That's a no-go, Captain. Drenching your sweet, innocent head with too much knowledge sauce might cause you to lose your mind. And I really can't have that. So shake up and let's go.
How did you refuse an offer like that? Katie seemed slightly crazy, but she also manipulated the digital space around us with more skill than I had, and she just dissolved the librarian. For my own safety, and out of intense curiosity, I shook her hand. The janitor mech laid heavy on me, but by pressing with both hands, I managed to roll the machine off. As I stood up, the door I'd come in snap-hissed itself open. The light above the broken molding blinked off, and the only glows came from the hallway beyond, those neon pinks and reds. There wasn't anyone else in the room, but I didn't feel alone. The librarian's leftovers still lingered, a data dump sitting in my mind. Katie's presence, a sparkling nerve, danced around too, and I could feel her investigating all the program routines that made me, me. As I stepped over the molding, moving towards the room's exit, I felt my own limbs differently now. My synthetic skin, my hands and feet held secrets that whispered to me, functions I didn't quite understand, but that before I didn't even know existed. Katie seemed to be unlocking things, releasing digital cuffs, and her work filled in my blanks. I knew now that the constant hum around me, that steady whir from Starship, came from the endless thrust sending the craft further along on its journey. The breeze from its circulating air, keyed to keep every molecule scrubbed free from disease and at oxygen and nitrogen ratios ideal for human health. Answers to these questions came easy, but when I tried to dig deeper as I walked from the room, I found clouded blocks. Information coded away, with Katie's glitzy fingers all over it. Perhaps she'd done that for my own protection, because Starship alone almost buried me. Starship was huge, more than huge. Its various regions whisked their way through my mind like a picture book's flipping pages, each one presenting themselves in a one-hit poster, advertising a place to go that I realized might be so far out of date as to be nothing like what I saw. I had been awakened on a titanic vessel. Now I needed to find out why. Once again, the spiral door shut behind me, and once again, my way back had been plunged into dark. Forward then, along the neon path and to the next room. No noise this time, no other machine to jump out and tear me to pieces. Nonetheless, I went with caution. As I walked, I surfed Katie's data dump. Like the librarian, Katie's presence had added large memory blocks to my mind, for what else might be scary on Starship, and found plenty, only for each fearsome mechanical creation to be discarded one after another, marked as deleted. It took me 5 to realize what I was finding in my mind space. Not reality, but Katie's own ideas.
I couldn't make them,
Katie said, walking along beside me as we approached the next branch, flicking rainbow sparks from her fingers as she went.
I always thought Starship ought to have something beyond the people watching our backs, just in case you needed some real impartial justice.
She laughed.
But you know how it goes. Those in power get scared when someone else has any. They took away my toys.
Your toys? The idea that any of the mechs I'd seen being considered toys instead of dangerous terrors seemed ludicrous. These things were heavily armed.
Yeah, but I had control,
Katie said.
Anyway, they found what they were looking for. They missed what they weren't.
What do you mean? But I'd reached the branch, and when I turned to see her response, Katie had gone. Back into my mind, or into hers. Hard to know, harder to do anything about. In front of me, another spiral door glowed green. That at least I understood. Beyond this one sat another room both like and unlike the rest. A mold stood in the center, hands outlined in emerald and seemingly untouched. There was no empty room around it, however. Instead, the room's walls and ceilings narrowed beyond the mold to a large screen. As I entered the room, as the door shut behind me, the screen flared light gray, powering up.
Get ready for the show.
Katie said from behind me.
They always did have a taste for flair.
If it means I'll get some answers, then I don't care, I replied. But first things first. The screen seconded my own thoughts, settling on a static message.
Welcome, Gamma. Please meet your third mind.
Chapter 3. The Conduit. Third mind, I said, but I only have you, unless...
It's so fun watching your gears turn.
Katie smirked, walking past me over to the screen.
So nice and slow, I might take a nap.
Hey, I thought you were on my side.
Sides?
Katie replied, then dragged her finger across the screen, underlining the words.
Do you even have a side? What are you for, Gamma? Tell me. I so want to know.
Katie had a point. I didn't really have a motive, an objective, a calling beyond going where the doors directed me, following the instructions laid out my way. But then, I was a mech. That was my job. I'm just following directions.
Then go ahead. Follow them. The hands go right there.
I shook my head, and by the time I looked back up towards the screen, Katie had vanished. The first mold had brought the librarian inside me. The second one, I assumed Katie had destroyed. The third? Would Katie just kill whomever waited in there? The librarian may have been dangerous, but he didn't seem to deserve what had happened to him. Whomever waited in that construct didn't need Katie deleting them too. So I stepped back from the mold, considered it, and then gave the stand a push. Outside of those frantic seconds with Katie's janitor mech, I hadn't tried to use my strength for anything, hadn't tried to focus on sending energy towards my muscles, or rather, the synthetic constructs in my arms and legs that had the same appearance, but far greater ability than their organic cousins. So I pushed, harder and harder until the mold stand began to groan, till the metal bent and twisted and popped free. The mold itself hit the floor, and like the one Katie had wrecked, shattered into chunks.
Well, that was unexpected.
Katie said, crouching and looking at the mold.
I was ready to give them the kick punch combo I've been practicing.
That's the point, I replied. I didn't want you to do that.
Don't tell me you're a softie.
I stood up, saw a flash in my eye, and noticed a new message on the screen, one that surprised me enough to keep from answering Katie's insult. Congratulations, Gamma. Congratulations for what? I asked. I stepped around the mold, approached the screen as the letters, a fuzzy white against the gray background, swirled around into a different message. We are the ones that woke you,
Oh, here we go.
said Katie, coming up beside me.
Here's where they butter you up before they break you down.
The screen swirled again. I wondered how the letters could possibly break me down, but then, given what I had already seen, perhaps I should have been more suspicious.
We are the voices of Starship and we need your help.
Really?
Katie laughed.
They're still calling themselves that stupid name?
I turned to tell Katie to be quiet so I could focus, but she had disappeared. Katie's endless chatter had started out amusing, but I wasn't sure how many more insults and cryptic assertions I could take. At least the screen gave me clear instructions.
You must go through the garden to the nursery and reset our connection there.
I read the words once. Read them twice. All this because you need something turned on and off again? I said the words, though I didn't know if whomever, whatever these voices were, could hear me.
Our mission's future rests with you. The lab will guide you to your next step, but no farther.
So that was a no. I waited for the letters to shift again, but the screen stayed static,
The best thing I can say about that group.
Katie said, jumping back and forth over the knocked-over mold, as if playing a game.
They fight amongst themselves a lot.
That's a good thing?
You don't want their attention, Gamma. Trust me.
I shook my head, took one last glance at the unchanged screen, and headed for the door. Katie had disappeared. Back, I suspected, into my digital ether. I tried to see if there was some connection to her appearances, some way I could try to control her pop-ins or even her behavior, but nothing came up from my program reservoir, save one option. Hanging there in my crystal ceiling's dark depths lingered the full-on reset, a cleansing bath that would restore me to that static body on the cot, with no memory, no concept of where I'd been and what I'd done. Touching that crystal would be the ultimate end for me, but it would be an end. When I left the room, the hallway lit up both left and right, though the left seemed more a courtesy. The hallway ended in a flat wall bearing another poster for some action piece, A burly man and woman holding center stage while a fireball expanded behind them. "Courage Never Dies" splashed across the bottom in thick silver letters. "Right,"
Saw that one, actually.
Katie said, admiring the poster.
Pretty good.
"Sure," I said, turning back down the hallway, ready to head along the purple neon to whatever came next.
So you know, this place?
Katie continued as we walked.
Where you are right now.
Uh-huh.
It's like a little sanctuary. Used to belong to this guy, Leonid. Everyone called him Leo, though. Syllables, you know, too much effort. So these are all his posters.
Leo had exciting taste.
He liked the guns more than the drama. But we all wanted excitement back then. You can only drift along in a place like this for a while until everyone starts losing their minds.
The change in Katie's conversation wasn't hard to pick up.
You think you've got it made, getting on something like this?
Katie continued.
So you pop out kids, raise a family, and then you realize they're never gonna see a real sky. Never gonna get outside this metal box. Then by the time those kids have kids, you're getting into a real depressive cycle.
I passed the room where Katie had tried to kill me with her cleaning robot. The woman didn't stop her rambling, didn't hitch. Throw another few generations on top of that and then you get me, and what do? I see the problems. I try to fix them. Leo's doing the same thing, just a different way. And guess what? Not everyone likes fixers. I nodded, then stopped. We were back at the room where I woke up. The blue light glowed, 3 of the 4 cots still unoccupied. Delta laid in hers, oblivious to reality. I hadn't been awake long, but I couldn't imagine going back to that. Bring a mech to life, I supposed, and he might grow to like it.
Anyway,
Katie said, brushing a teal strand away from her eyes.
Point I'm making is that you're in, like, Leo's private space right now. You leave here, things are going to get strange.
As if they aren't already. Katie acknowledged my point with a shrug, one that popped off little flower petals into the air that vanished before they hit the ground.
But I'm not talking weird like this. I'm talking like, well, guess you'll find out. I'm going to do what I can to let you in slow, but keep it together, okay?
I'll try. Katie laughed, short and quick, and by the time she finished, she'd vanished and left me alone with the first door I'd seen. The one with the red glowing ruby I'd touched back when I was the only one in my mind. Now, I saw an emerald. The gems I'd noticed were warm to the touch when they were green, cold when red. Perhaps a signal to those unable to tell color whether the door could open or not. My hand, thus, felt the heat as I pressed into the emerald. Felt the sudden chill a second later as the door spun open and a faster, cool wind blew at me from beyond. And what a beyond! I gaped. There was no other reaction at what I saw. Going from the cramped, hallucinogenic hallways of Leo's laboratory to this was, to use a cliché I could identify with, like being born. 2 meters from me stood a clear glass barrier, rising up from a chiseled tile floor whose tiles, I noticed, were covered with names and dates carved in with exact marking. Past the glass, falling away and above me, swung a wide chasm. A foggy blue, like the light from my waking only now diffused with a loose mist, filtered through the space from above, providing enough light to see and little more. Like a perpetual dawn. But even so, Starship had, until this moment, been abstract in my mind. Now its reality laid bare before me in its massive metal but so much more than metal bulk. I walked up to the glass and looked left and right, confirming the craft vanished into the hazy distance. Above and below similarly slipped into the mist, though what I could see proved a hearty meal for my curiosity. Walkways like mine spread up and down the chasm's sides every few meters, scaffolding crawling along a mechanical menagerie. The blue light, in its descent, mingled with varied displays, from more neon to mate, to static white glows and scripted signs. Some hung, others looked pasted to the walls that they called home, where they may have lingered for who knew how many years. The signs shouted destinations at me. The Solar Scrambler, Cosmic Clothiers, Nova Apartments, and countless more advertised to an endless empty. Not all offered their enticements without flaw. Some signs had died, and others flickered. One, a great big old-style marquee directly across the chasm from me, appeared to have been cleaved in two, its halves bending towards each other, glitches in a beautiful array. Accompanying this vastness were the rumblings Leo's lab had sought to mute. A roar like endless nearby traffic underpinned every second. Hisses, clangs, rattles, and metal's sliding shrieks bounced along, coming from who knew where. Iron drenched the air, a sign of maintenance long overdue, as if 1,000 things I couldn't see moved around me.
I always loved the conduit. It runs Starship's entire length, except the engines and the very front. They kept those protected.
Katie said, leaning on the glass next to me.
My view wasn't exactly like this one. I lived further that way.
She pointed to the right.
We academics, engineers, and the government at the front. Everyone else crunched in the back. You know how it is.
I don't know how it is, actually, I replied.
Then you can guess.
Katie stepped away from the glass, looked down at it.
This used to say hello every time you left your apartment. It would read out the time, tell you about any messages or assignments.
You don't sound sad? Katie quirked a smile.
Sad? No. Why would I be? This place killed me, Gamma. It was a mess. It is a mess. Everyone had ideas about how to clean it up, but it was easier to fight each other than to do the work.
From what I saw, Starship had no shortage of ideas. The differing designs on display embraced creativity. I myself seemed to be a unique design, incorporating pieces of older living beings into a machine's frame. I'm seeing something beautiful, I said. You're being harsh.
You, Gamma, did not live my life. No matter how much of me you've absorbed, some things, like my opinions, are forever mine.
Katie nodded left over my shoulder.
If you're wondering where to find the garden, it's that way. You won't miss it. Like, you literally can't.
Before I started walking, I looked back at Leo's lab. The spiral door with its gem, now red, held a small name and number plate above it in a tarnished gold, contrasting with the black and pink lines of the door. So far as a home went, this would have to do. I relished the walk. There's simply no other way to put it. After the cramped neon hallways, the conduit's broad space let me breathe. I kept looking around, reading every name as I passed, and stopping to stare up and down to read even more. I had thought Starship might be a small thing, but this looked like a whole world for me to explore. Albeit a dead one, the garden strove to prove me wrong on that assumption. While most of the conduit kept itself in two halves, the garden bridged the gap, save for several circular holes that, Katie's data informed me, were for rapid transit that no longer ran. The holes themselves were at least 5 meters around, and they cut into a resolutely lush surface. I had expected, though why I kept expecting things I wasn't sure, I was always wrong, the garden to be another doorway. An entrance along one wall, but instead it seemed to dominate both the conduit and all of Starship on either side, and the garden dominated beautifully. Flowers, vines, trees, and more perched on the garden's outer wall as far as I could see. White roses grew out sideways around the transportation cutouts, while above me and center in the conduit's height, an orchid array spelled out garden. Little specks floated between the flowers, iridescent blues and oranges of flapping butterfly wings carrying the pollen from one plant to the next in an endless dance. I heard birdsong as I came closer. The air suffused with a magnolia's heavy scent, then a daffodil's, then a tulip line. Beneath the flowers, too, the garden's real purpose revealed itself, with outer sections dedicated to fruit trees and the healthy crop stalks, corn, soybeans, wheat, a vertical farm and botanical garden. And yet, as I came closer to the entry along my level, the greens began to fade. The flowers curled away, their petals falling and disappearing to dust. The crops wilted and turned black, as though I witnessed a time-lapse speeding through to an awful present.
That's exactly what you're seeing.
Katie said, and this time I did pick up some grief.
That was my memory, how I saw the garden in my time. Now you're seeing how it is.
She walked past me towards the garden, running her fingertips along the glass barrier as the decay continued in front of us.
I didn't make it down here often,
Katie continued.
I was busy, and watching flowers bloom was easy to shove aside.
I don't understand. How am I seeing your memory? Katie kept her eyes towards the garden, but I thought her back stiffened and her left hand slowly balled into a fist.
Because I'm filling you. Leo described it like sand pouring into a glass, mine mixing with yours, and I guess a little of that other guy's. Eventually, they all blend together. Leo never said what that would mean in practice.
that I would see what you've seen. Katie looked back at me, stars dripping down her face from the corners of her eyes. As I watched them fall, I felt them on my face too. Saw tears I hadn't felt splash on the floor at my feet.
Much more than that, Gamma. Much more.
Chapter 4. Shopping Trip. Mechs, so far as I understood, lived according to their programmed rules. Routines told us what to do in any given situation, whether we should react, ignore, lash out, or change. Thus far, I thought I had been obeying my program prerogatives. Follow the hallway, find the molds, and get my next assignment. If what Katie said was true, then my programming was malleable. She could change me in unpredictable ways. I tried to find evidence, standing on the conduit walkway before the garden's desiccated entry. Scanned my mind as blue light filtered through dusted mist around me. And I found nothing. No corrupted crystals, no lingering edits to my code with Katie's fingerprints. Yet, if she had become me, would I even detect the change? Can someone separate a part of themselves from themselves? The conduit didn't provide an answer to that question. Its stores and restaurants and homes sat quiet, waiting for something, maybe, but not me. The emerald glowed in the garden entrance's center, a door that spanned the entire walkway, and one coated with what must have been beautiful flowers once. Flowers I'd seen, moments ago, through Katie's eyes. The emerald itself sat in a wilted giant rose, its glow the only life left. I reached out, felt the jewel's warmth, and saw dried leaves shake their way to the floor as the door opened inwards, splitting down the middle. I stopped, blinked, waited for the memory to fade. Inside the doors, the lush garden returned. Those glittering, luminescent butterflies flapped along from flower to flower, hugging the floors, walls, raised beds in view. Lights hung in clusters, dilating their brightness for their recipients, creating a halo patchwork. Even from the entry, I could see the garden spread up and down, overgrown pathways stretching ahead, each one leading to rooms dominated by one plant or another. Yet, as I stared, I began to pick out flaws. Sections where plants had been arranged now blurred along their borders as adventurous species took advantage of a gardener's absence to make incursions onto pathways or neighboring beds. Interspersed, decaying husks clued into victims of territorial expansion or missing care. The garden grew wild. The voices via the screen back in Leo's lab had told me to go through the garden to get to the nursery. I had no idea what getting through the garden might entail, but walking seemed like a good place to start.
Hey,
Katie said from behind me as I went forward.
have you noticed you're basically naked and have, I think, 0 ways of defending yourself? Yet here you're just marching along into danger without a care.
I looked down at myself. Katie did have a point. My scuffle with the cleaning mech had already demonstrated I wasn't much in a fight, especially with nothing to wield. But the conduit seemed empty, and nothing in the garden looked too dangerous. You believe there will be threats? I asked.
You were number 3, Gamma.
Katie replied.
What happened to the first 2?
A good question. Alpha and Beta. Given my name and deltas, it seemed reasonable to assume their own monikers had been gone when I woke, and there hadn't been any signs of their departure. For all I knew, they could have been awakened an hour before me, or years. What did the voices ask them to do? The same thing they had asked me? Had the other vessels failed and been destroyed, or were they still wandering Starship?
So, are you going to take my advice? Or are you just going to stand there?
I would like some clothes, yes. A weapon seems wise. I walked back out of the garden, which appeared to offer nothing more than sticks. Do you know where I would find these things?
Gamma, do I know where to find these things?
Katie laughed, then pointed down the walkway. A glittering trail launched from her fingertips, streaking not all that far back the way we'd come before settling in front of a yellow cloth overhang.
Alvi's has everything you need, buddy.
I'm assuming this Alvi's isn't open? I said, and felt stupid doing so. I'm supposed to steal?
Not stealing if the owners are long dead. At least not in my book.
Katie's grim assessment made a certain sense. Regarding Starship as a graveyard filled with idle treasures for the taking might be macabre, but if that view would help me survive a dangerous place, then I couldn't let programmed moral lines get in the way. Behind me, the garden's door shut soft, waiting for my return. The conduit divided itself along numbered blocks, categorized by colored angular fins sticking out from the walls every so often. A peach-yellow block preceded the garden on my level, its doors and signs primarily, and perhaps expectedly, leading to food processing facilities and transport. Beyond those, however, a shift to a blue block with various grocers and stores gave more promising options. As I approached the dainty storefront, Alvy's Clothes and More sported glass windows beneath its yellow overhang, scripted store name in the panes, I picked up motion to the right and went up to the window, pressing my forehead to the glass to peer into the dark inside. Only it wasn't so very dark now that I looked. Chandelier lights hung from the ceiling, white interspersed with tiny color-shifting nodes that went from blue to red to green as I watched. They illuminated racks upon racks stuffed with clothing, synthetic fabric shining, the whiter hues reflecting the colored dots above. Between the racks walked people, a half dozen or more, and 3 children chased each other around the shoppers, ducking through the clothes and dashing between the aisles. Laughter and a parent's gentle chiding carried through the glass, sonic vibrations playing on my fingertips. I went over to the entry, a stiff double door with a rounded handle. Through its glass, I watched the children return to their mother, who had new outfits for them all draped over her arm, a tired, happy smile on her lips. The door stuck. I pulled again, and it didn't move. Through the glass, nobody appeared to notice me. Not even when I tried again, harder this time, and felt the door's hinges grind. I stepped back, gave myself some space, and set my feet. This time the hinges gave way, the door snapping its tight bounds and swinging open. Alvy's was mine to enter. Except the lights were gone, save one shattered on the floor, its wires splayed out in the entryway over its own glass. Beyond, the conduit's blue light played over near-empty racks, many pushed aside or toppled over. Those glistening outfits were gone. The children, their mother, gone. But I still heard the laughter, could feel the lights as I went, carefully, over the threshold and into the store. Life had been lived here, and I could pick up its traces.
You saw something.
Katie said, bending down and running a finger over a small shirt left lying on the floor.
Didn't you?
This place used to be nice, I said, my voice dwindling to a sour note as I failed to find an outfit in my size among the leftovers.
Mom used to take me here when I was younger. Said Alvy's was the best on Starship for the price. I never went anywhere else.
I nodded, though Katie wasn't watching me. So I'd seen her memory again, or a version of it. That it had mingled flawlessly with reality troubled me. Here, the result had been harmless, like with Katie's rendering of the garden. Next time. Do you know how to control it? I asked, as Katie hadn't vanished yet. She seemed very interested in that shirt. The memories? Katie reached up, tugged on a spiked white hair thread, stood.
That's not the way it's supposed to work. You're going to see a lot of what I lived.
Isn't that dangerous?
More dangerous not to. We learned that one the hard way. You might try checking the back. Alvy's always had plenty of stock.
The store did indeed have a large back room, and the door leading to it had been broken away long ago. It hung to the side, a large splinter through the top, as if someone had driven an axe through its frame. Behind, enough clothes lingered to let me find a shirt, pants, a light jacket, gloves and shoes, the latter not a perfect size, but close enough. Synthetic skin like mine wouldn't blister anyway. Color-wise, I managed to get a green ensemble matching the garden, to blend in. I went back towards the entrance, ready to head to the garden and get this mission going. I picked up, too, a broken bar from one of the racks. Not exactly a lethal weapon, but enough, I thought, to bat away any encroaching vine. Katie stood before the doors, arms folded, a mocking grin all over her face.
I didn't know it was possible to code fashion sense as bad as yours. Did you deliberately choose all that?
Options were limited.
Clearly.
Katie's smile faded as she saw my look past her out the doors.
You're ready to leave?
I tilted my head. Think I have what I need. I held up the bar. Katie didn't look too impressed, but she didn't fight me on it either. This should be enough to fend off any aggressive plants.
Probably.
Katie replied, not moving from her door-blocking spot.
But hey, there's something you should know.
Does it have to do with why you're standing there?
So smart.
Katie replied.
You know you can see my memories now, right? I can't control them sometimes. Hell, most of the time. But if I try really hard,
You can make me see things?
more than that, I think. You're a mech, Gamma. Your reality runs on numbers speeding through that processor.
Katie pointed towards my chest.
If I tweak the digits a little, that reality changes.
I'd prefer if you didn't do that.
Sure you would. Thing is, I've already done it. Been doing it. But I don't think I'm going to anymore.
What have you been changing, Katie? I couldn't evaluate the threat properly. What are you supposed to do when someone tells you that you've been living a lie? Believe them? Ignore them? What happens when that someone is literally inside you all of the time?
You've been seeing Starship as it was. When you go back through these doors, you will see it as it is.
Katie dropped her hand and stepped aside, clearing the way for me to head back through the doors, into what looked like the same blue-lit, misty and empty conduit. When I'd gone into Alvy's, the memory I'd seen vanished with the doors opening, a wipe that deleted the past as the glass swept it away from my eyes. Leaving, it was the same. As I pushed the doors open, I felt the heat first. Then I saw the fires. What had been bright blue and calm, now seared a pulsing orange, white, and red, flashing alarms mingling with sparking swirls. The fires themselves dotted everything I could see. The conduits cleaned stores and homes marred with ash and oil, slashes in their metal sides. Where I'd only noticed a couple damaged pieces before, now almost everything seemed to bear scars. Even Alvy's overhang, above me, hung in tatters. Beyond the wreckage, beyond the conduit's continual disaster, lay the realization that it was not empty. Words, cries, clangs, and synthetic bangs echoed up and down the vastness. I stepped up to the glass railing, still in place despite cracks running through its surface, and saw shapes rambling along the walkways, climbing the walls and, in one case, slipping and falling, the mech's stubby limbs flailing as it vanished into the black and orange depths below. Starship wasn't an empty paradise, but a burning nightmare. A nearer noise came from my right, a swishing sound. I turned and saw a towering mech, reaching almost up to the next level, trundling towards me with treads kneading along the walkway. The swishing noise came from its limb menagerie, which swept up and down the wall, spraying and wiping away at the metal walls and windows. Only instead of water or some cleaning solution, the mech sprayed sludgy gray liquid, its brushes mingling it with the ash-coated crud already coating the sides. I hugged the wall as the mech went by, as it carefully cleaned around Alvy's. A soft phrase played out as it went, warning people to keep clear. Katie had suggested a weapon, and I looked at the bar I'd grabbed. Such a toy wouldn't be much good against a thing like that, and while a cleaning mech didn't seem like it would be dangerous, the conduit's other levels gave clear view of other robots slain and sparking, or stuttering in place as their broken code failed to comprehend Starship's present condition. The voices had said they needed to reconnect to the nursery. I hadn't received the mission with much urgency, and the conduit's peacefulness hadn't added any. Now this was different. I didn't see what needed fixing before. Now I understood. Everything did. I followed the cleaning mech back towards the garden, watched as it reached the walkway's end, then began reversing its course. No doubt on an infinite back-to-front cycle. Before, the garden's desiccated outside seemed at odds with the conduit's imagined condition. Now, with small fires breaking out where too many sparks had found a dried husk to touch, it fit right in. Which made, when I opened the door again, the garden's lush, overgrown interior all the more fantastic. Outside, disaster. In here, too much life. This time I let the garden door shut behind me without complaint.
I just didn't want you to hate it.
Katie said, crouching over a flower just past the entry.
The conduit, Starship. I grew up here and it was beautiful once. A marvel. But there are rules for vessels like you, and these, I think, actually make sense.
Rules? I went up near her, looked at the purple-white flower Katie had her eyes on. A pretty thing, slight and angular.
Everything has a procedure, has guidelines. Vessels shouldn't be spoiled, so you have to ease them into it. At least that's Leo's theory. So I hope you're eased, because the good times are gone now.
A skittering noise drew my eyes away from Katie and her warning, one that I'd already started taking after Starship's reveal. What had been a peaceful place didn't feel that way any longer. So I watched the noise from a distance, staying near the purple-white flower. My patience paid off when the creature revealed itself in another dash from one bed to the next. A crimson oval with tiny clawed feet, the thing's main feature appeared to be the 1,000 flexible spines jutting centimeters from its body. As it ran, and as I now saw as I crept closer, those spines stabbed into various blooming flowers and wiggled around, before carrying collected pollen to another batch and repeating the process. In an artificial environment, the natural order needed to be replaced everywhere. Looking up from the little mech as it burrowed into a cream-colored lily patch, I saw this level of the garden laid out before me. At least what I could see. Vines and thicker plants obscured my view past a few meters in most directions. I picked up a new sound. Mechs continued rustling around in the plants, and even the luminescent butterflies hummed whenever they came close. But now rushing water added its undercurrent to the soundscape. I felt a tremor too, in my feet. Not just a creak then. Katie said that the nursery lay on the garden's far side. As much as I might like to explore this place, I'd been activated for a purpose, and the voice's mission kept its beating heart in my head. So with my bar in my hand, I started through the brush, whacking aside encroaching plants, ducking my head under looming branches, and thanking myself for getting shoes as I stepped on brambles and worse. There are such things as coincidences, fate's random incursions on the best and worst plans. While I thought I had my destination marked and my methods determined, my path through the growth drew me nearer to the rushing water. Its ceaseless rumble overtook everything else, save one noise that pierced not through volume but pitch. High, joyful, unexpected, laughter, and not far ahead. Chapter 5. A meeting of the mechs. A memory. That's what the laughter must have been. I stood between blue-tinged ferns and listened to the water, the breaks between the laughter before the mirth would start up again. At first I thought the sound joyful, but as it continued, the thin cackles took on a strange, even sinister edge. I wouldn't call myself an expert on humor, on what caused the mind to trigger itself into shouting joyous spasms, but both with the librarian's leftovers and Katie's few examples thus far, it seemed this instance fell out of the norms.
Crazy.
Katie said, her face peering out from between a fern's leaves.
That's what I'm thinking. I'd stay away, killer, because anything that laughs like that is not a cool cucumber.
I'm not a killer, I said. And what is a cool cucumber? And I'd never heard a larger sigh come from Katie than in that moment.
Gamma, here's the thing. You're just going to have to use that brain of yours.
I started to interrupt, to say that I didn't have a brain, but Katie stopped me with a glare.
Don't say it, because that's exactly what I'm talking about. You gotta look beyond the letter of what I'm saying. Go to the meaning.
Right, I said, and turned back to the waterfall, the laughter. I think I'm going to investigate.
Didn't you just hear me? Not a good idea.
You just told me to find the meaning, I replied. I hear the laughter, and I would like to know what it means. I held more behind that choice than I said. In truth, ever since Katie had wiped away the curtains and showed me the devastating mech ruin that Starship really was, I'd wanted to find out more. Figure out what had caused the change. The voices had given me a seemingly simple mission, but the calamity befalling Starship cloaked that mission in dangerous mystery. Katie called me a vessel. She'd also called me dangerous, potentially unpredictable. She kept things from me because they might make me go against someone's wishes. Well, perhaps my programming had already been altered. Perhaps I was starting to think more for myself than for them. Perhaps I just wanted to find some answers. I gripped my bar in both hands and walked forward, careful to roll my shoes along the dirt path to make as little noise as possible, not that I'd be heard over the water. Those bright butterflies fluttered around me as I went up to the garden's central pit, surrounded by a yellow-painted railing, around a last orange tree corner, to see the majesty live. The waterfall wasn't a straight shot down. Instead, the water plummeted through the center, splashing into a wide pool suspended by metal cables in the pit's middle. The pool itself bled off the water into open-topped tubes by the dozens, funneling the liquid to the various beds on my level. The pool itself overflowed, and a small grate in the center. I picked this up from seeing water seeming to rush straight through the pool, sent the liquid down to the next level, a story below. As I looked over that edge, I noted two things. One, the level beneath mine seemed slightly less lush. Different plant types, possibly those that needed less water. An effective way to irrigate, I supposed. More importantly, I saw the laughter's source in the pool beneath mine. It was, well, me. Not really. And the true answer wasn't hard to find. I was the third vessel that had been activated, the third one to wander forth doing the voice's bidding, and here looked like one of the others.
Alpha.
Katie said, looking over the edge with me.
2 men, 2 women. Not that it really matters with your artificial selves.
The mech, the vessel, and my predecessor splashed in the pool beneath me, his waist-length chilly red hair splaying out around him in the water. Every so often he threw his head back and laughed, apparently not bothered by the soaking loose robe he wore, nor the continual blitz as falling water crashed onto his head. Alpha looks like he's lost his mind, I said. Did his programming fail?
Asking the wrong person. I didn't have anything to do with Alpha.
I looked at her frowning face as she stared down at the mech. Something to do with him? Does that mean you did have something to do with me?
Not now. I think he's noticed you.
Katie wasn't wrong. Looking back, I saw Alpha's face had turned up towards mine. As I met his glistening green eyes, even though he stood a story beneath me, I could recognize that same mech stillness, the clarity that came with zero organic flaws. Alpha didn't breathe, didn't blink, and neither did I.
They finally turned to you.
Alpha said, his voice deeper than mine, but flayed somehow, as though someone had run a rough file along his vocal cords.
Then they admit that I failed?
Not much of a greeting, I offered back. I'm Gamma. You're Alpha? The vessel nodded slow in return, all hints of that laughter gone. He pushed himself up and out to the pool's edge. I noticed Alpha had bare feet and carried no weapon.
Gamma,
Alpha said.
I can only say this. Don't be their pawn.
Alpha bunched up his legs then and leapt off the pool, vanishing into the level beneath my own. Well, that was cryptic, I said, but Katie wasn't beside me anymore. Two options then. I could continue through the garden, press on to the other side and see if I could find the nursery, complete the voice's designated mission. Or, and I attributed even considering this option to a mistake in my programming, I could go after Alpha. Try and find out why the one that came before me had failed, or why Alpha had decided not to complete his mission. Mechs were designed to do specific tasks. The cleaning mech that I'd struggled with back in Leo's lab, just like the giant version going in its infinite loop around the burning conduit, had their jobs and had stuck to them, at least until Katie put herself in the way. I wasn't supposed to be any different, perhaps a little more calculating, a little more flexible to be able to deal with unexpected situations, but still a robot tasked with a job, meant to do it without second thoughts. So why did I have them? Alpha might know the answer. He'd doubtless had more time to contemplate the question than I. And if I was supposed to optimize my functions, then I would have to know the why behind my actions, what prompted my responses, and how to control myself in the future. In other words, learning why I kept turning away from the Voice's mission would help me stay on course. Therefore, pursuing Alpha aligned with my programming, aligned with my goals. Logic is so malleable, I said as I made my way around the pit. The garden, unlike the conduit, didn't present regular stairways going between levels. No doubt designated elevators or other contraptions existed somewhere in this overgrown jungle, but I had neither the time nor patience nor need to find them. Alpha had used the pools, and so could I. Unfortunately, my plan would require both hands. Nothing in my eclectic outfit offered up a spot to hold my bar. I could leave it behind, or... I sized up the open pit, the distance to the lower level, and calculated the exact force required to get the bar through the air and to the floor. Hefting the metal cylinder like a javelin, I threw it over the pool with an arc that had it landing on the level below, burying itself in the dirt to stand straight up like a short flagpole.
Good throw.
Katie said. It was automatic.
Is that a joke I hear?
My calculations say yes. I threw Katie a half smile, then turned back to the leap at hand. I climbed over the safety railing, and from the pit's edge, I gathered my legs, looked at and plotted the precise force I'd need to make it to the central pool, and jumped. For a fleeting second, I flew through the air and I looked up. Saw the gardens. Saw Starship's mass extend farther than I could make out. Above, the floor seemed even more lush than before, the water coming down not from pools but pouring through thick growth, funneled by vines and massive trunks into the pools that I now splashed into. And slipped, fell, smacked my head on the pool's back edge as my shoes failed to provide any underwater grip. Pain from the strike didn't make it far, as the pool's icy water blunted its impact. So cold that my eyes shot wide open and I had to take in a huge breath to keep from shouting. The water ran through my clothes, soaking them instantly. I'd thought, with Alpha splashing in the pool, that the water had to be warm, at least comfortable.
As dumb moves go, that was pretty good.
Katie said, perching without a care on the pool's edge.
Can't say I would have suggested jumping into the water to get down, but, you know, a vessel's gotta learn the hard way.
This was a mistake, I said, bracing my hands on the pool's sides to stand up. As I did, my head moved closer to the middle, and the continual waterfall slammed down around my ears, numbing Katie's sarcastic commentary and blinding me, soaking my hair, until I pulled myself out. Sat up on the pool's edge and dripped over the side.
So now what?
Katie said.
You're going to fall?
I'm going to push off, I replied. I can make that jump.
Oh, can you?
Katie replied, peering over the edge.
If I had money, I'd bet against that.
You're not much help, you know? I looked down. Alpha hadn't waited for me, but all the same I had some idea of where he'd gone. I could see his wet prints all over the dirty paths on the level below. Not too hard to track, provided I moved quick. The water made my hands slick, but I still managed to brace myself along the pool's side. I brought my feet up, pressed them along the pool's stone-like exterior, and bunched myself, ready to launch. I'd fly back, hit the level below, and flow into a roll. Acrobatic, yes. But Leo had thought to give us some abilities in this arena. Good foresight to assume we wouldn't just be walking back and forth. Ready? I said, as Katie watched me from the pool's edge.
You're asking me?
Good point. I squeezed my legs, shunted the right amount of force, and as I pushed, my wet sneakers slipped on the pool's edge as my hands let go and I didn't launch anywhere. I fell. I screamed. Katie, falling next to me, screamed too. The garden's levels blitzed by us, the waterfall dwindled to a trickle, and the flash glances I had showed more and more arid environments. I saw a cactus, yellow sand, and then I hit. Sank. Water pulled around me as my body exploded in pain, in alerts and warnings that the fall I'd just taken would have killed a normal human. Broken every bone in their body. Even if, for me, all I'd earned was some minor damage to my joints. Some bruises the synthetic flesh would have to repair.
Are you going to swim, or are we just going to sit underwater forever?
Katie said, floating to my left. Sorry, I'm just stunned, I said, trying to figure out how far I'd fallen, where I was. I couldn't count the levels, but I'd gone down at least 20 stories, maybe more. I sank further in a vast, still reservoir. Neon blue light filtered in from above, but only black lay beneath me. I kicked my shoes, waved my hands, and swam with all my heavy, drenched clothes to the surface. The water trickle poured in near me, and beyond it, around my space, the neon blue grew brighter, mingling with similar shades in the water's slight motion to create dancing light on the metal walkways and walls.
Over there,
Katie said, standing on the water's surface and pointing, again launching those sparkling stars from her fingertips.
I'm thinking you might need a ladder.
Thinking you might be right, I said, and swam towards a thick, silver-runged rescue that sat beneath a red sign labeled Emergency. I thought my situation qualified. I gripped the ladder, pulled myself up and out and collapsed on the tile, gave myself a moment to equalize, perform a less frantic damage assessment, and see if I'd done myself any permanent harm.
That was pretty scary,
Katie said, sitting on the walkway next to me.
Didn't know if you'd make it out of that fall.
What does it matter to you? I said. You're not the one falling.
I am, though. You go, I go. I'd appreciate it if you remember that.
But you're not even real. Katie glared at me.
I'm as real as you are, you asshole.
Then she disappeared. Above me, the reservoir's roof extended far, hanging from massive cables and looming over the catwalk and pipe maze swarming the reservoir's sides was the primary source of all that blue neon. A curling script sign, but one easy enough to read. Welcome to Purity. A strange name for such a dark and damp place. Not one I was interested in, though. Alpha was likely far above me, so I had to get going, figure out a way to an elevator or some more manual means, though the thought of climbing all those stairs made me grimace to get back to Alpha's level. My immediate space had ladders aplenty, their rails lit with little blue diodes to accommodate the lesser overhead lighting. Why the designers had chosen this way instead of the hanging lights I'd seen elsewhere, I wasn't sure. Perhaps something in this space didn't react well to bright light. Perhaps it was simple design preference. Either way, on my level and around the water's edge, I saw numerous graded tunnels with slight flows heading into the reservoir, each tunnel marked with a color and a symbol I couldn't interpret. Down each tunnel, too, I could make out colored flashes, and machinery's steady vibration echoed around the space, as though someone had turned up the volume on Starship's background noise. This seemed to be Starship's central water source. Given its size, from what I could tell, it stretched the conduit's width and beyond, and untarnished color, Purity might not be a bad name for the place. I crouched at the walkway's edge and dipped my head back beneath the water, looking for confirmation in the depths. I couldn't see it, but I felt it now. A gentle tug towards the reservoir's bottom. The librarian's leftovers, festering in my digital databanks, confirmed Starship's heart and artery design. Purity would pump fresh water across the ship, and after its use, the water inevitably found its way back here.
"I see we have ourselves an intruder,"
shouted a voice above me, its echoes bubbling into my underwater ears. With water dripping down my face, a harsh red glow, bright and angled right at my eyes from some sort of flashlight. The source stood several levels above me, on a walkway that passed near enough to the garden waterfall that I considered it a minor miracle I hadn't hit the thing and split apart.
"What's a human like you doing all the way down here?"
The voice asked again, in an even, nondescript tone.
"Don't you know this area's off limits?"
A human? I paused, then recalibrated. I did resemble one, and if someone didn't know I was a mech, they could make that mistake. More importantly, the accuser's word choice indicated that it wasn't human, which meant another mech. "I fell," I offered, standing on the walkway and attempting to shield my eyes from the red light. "From above, in the garden."
"Fell?"
the thing replied, and listening closely, I picked out that artificial twinge mech voices had. A failure to replicate biological vocal cords perfectly.
"From the garden ought to be dead then."
Gamma.
Katie said, standing off to the side and squinting up at the red light.
Be careful. Not every mech left on Starship is a friend.
"Are any?" I replied.
"Who are you talking to?"
The mech shouted from above.
"Someone hiding down there with you!"
Blinding. The mech moved towards its walkway's railing, and I saw the light shift, then move away in a sudden circle, as the mech, its whirling shape caught in Purity's blue glow, jumped down to another walkway spaced between us. The mech landed with a heavy clang, that red light swinging back around to aim right at my face.
"Don't know if you quite get it, boy,"
the mech said.
"This place is Purity and it's mine. I'm charged with keeping it clean, and right now you're messing it up."
"Sorry?" I tried to move to the side, but the red light kept following.
"Oh, don't worry about apologizing,"
the mech said.
"Been waiting a long time for some new salvage to come my way. A real long time."
The red light winked out, giving me a clear view, though one I wished I could take back. Standing on the walkway above me was a mech, yes. Metal bits on its frame glimmered in the blue, but those bits were few. Instead, the mech stood more than 2 meters, and all manner of things covered its body. Some looked like ragged cloth remnants, like half a jacket hanging from one of its right arms. Those didn't spike my alarms, but the bones tied with cords along its frame, the matted hair pasted to part of its head, and what looked like a desiccated eye leering from the mech's bucket-like head. Katie cursed. So did I. Chapter 6. Purity. When Katie revealed the conduit's true nature when I'd left Alvy's, I'd seen mechs falling apart, battering each other, scaling the walls in search of things unseen. All of that, though, had been at a distance, a remove that gave me a chance to accept the new reality. I had a harder time doing that when the sinister mech looked my way. It became impossible when the mech vaulted from his walkway to land on the slick tiles right in front of me, eye leering in the island blue light.
Hit him or something!
Katie shouted, hugging the wall to my left. Hit him with what? I asked her.
Hit me?
The mech cackled.
Why would you want to do that? Because I'm going to tear you to pieces and add you to my collection?
I backed up a step and the mech copied me, swinging his red light, which I noticed sat on some long, thin device's end, back into my face. That doesn't make any sense, I said. Why do you have a collection?
Lost and found. Anything that comes down here, I get to take. Someone sends a message saying they lost it, I'll give it back. Sure will, but guess how often that happens?
Never? I ventured, trying to find some way, somewhere to go.
Never!
The mech cried, then lunged at me, two long arms bearing a net between them sweeping over his head and towards mine. I had no tricks, no secret weapons to deploy, so I went to the only place I could go, back into the water. I dove in and kicked as hard as I could, motoring away from the walkway and towards the reservoir's center, where the garden's trickle met its end.
Oh, are you scared?
The mech yelled after me. I glanced back as I kicked, cool water again soaking through my clothes. The mech hadn't followed me into the lake. Instead, it watched me, then aimed that red light at a walkway over my head. I heard a click, saw a black line extend from the device and launch towards that walkway. With another cackle, that damn mech soared through the air on that line and made a wobbly landing on the walkway.
There's nowhere to go in there,
the mech said.
I'll bet you can't swim forever. Humans get real tired, real quick. You keep them in the water.
I stopped, treaded as best I could and looked around. The mech had it right, even though I wasn't human. A quick scan through my body found biological processes charging up my batteries at a slow and steady rate, one vastly outpaced by the energy I needed to keep on swimming. It might take a long time, but I'd eventually run out of power. The mech could just wait for me to give up, then grab me at the water's edge, or after I sank to the bottom.
Hey,
Katie said, bobbing next to me. Have any bright ideas? Not really. I spat out water as I spoke. My clothes were getting heavier, and with all the swimming, my systems were starting to signal alarms. I might be out of energy sooner than I thought.
If you ask nicely,
the mech said.
I could fish you out of there, reel you up and in, put you out of your misery.
I ignored him, tried to think.
I say,
Katie said,
if this is it, then drown. Don't give that garbage bucket the satisfaction.
Drown? Could I? My body didn't have lungs. Didn't breathe beyond some artificial concessions to vocal expression built into my throat and mouth. What would it even look like, me drowning? I continued treading and ran through my own logs, the manuals Leo had thrown into my memory. They held all the tidbits about pushing my strength around, how long I could run, how far I could jump. Like the librarian's archives, still nestled in me, Leo's records held too much for me to run through and maintain any activity, but I could search, could look for terms and just find those pieces while my legs continued their kicking.
Are you okay?
Katie asked.
You're not saying anything.
I'm thinking, I replied, while the mech up above declared his growing boredom. There, in a section about potential hazards, largely spent around deep space vacuum, I found the words I wanted to see.
Guess what?
The mech said.
Time's up, lost boy.
The mech leaned over the walkway, his red light glaring down at me, and I let myself sink. The cold water came up over my head, soaking my hair and vanishing me into a deep, blue-black world. My body did exactly what Leo said it would, and 1,000 little clicks and snaps echoed throughout my nerves as critical systems sealed themselves from any air intakes. Something slammed into my shoulder, hard enough to push me down, then arrested my descent. I looked over, saw a 4-pointed claw digging through my outfit and into my skin. A thick cable spooling up and away from me towards the surface. That cable lurched once, then began a steady pull. The damn mech was reeling me in. Like a fish trying to unhook itself from a lure, I started thrashing. My legs kicked out, I shook my head, swung my arms and tried to move my shoulders to dislodge the grapple, but the claw only dug in further, hurt worse. If I couldn't shake the grapple loose, then I'd have to try something different. I stopped, then reached over with my hands to grip the cable. The mech kept reeling and my head hit the surface, rose above it, followed by my chest and the rest of my body.
Whoa, quit fighting!
The mech shouted as I pulled on the cable, lifted myself and yanked some slack into the cord. The mech made his own noises, setting hissing clamps that, I noticed with my upturned eyes, locked him into the walkway's grated surface. Keeping himself stable, a bulwark to lift me over the edge. I poured energy into my hands, pulling the cable towards my mouth as I rose, dripping from the water.
What are you opening that mouth for?
The mech cackled.
Not going to feed you, boy. You won't have to worry about food much longer anyways.
I lifted my head up, pulled the cable inside my mouth, and tasted its cold metal. The zinc coppery feel. A strong cable, but made for lifting, not to resist a cut. Not to resist one of the few tools Leo saw fit to give his vessels. I didn't need to eat, but I had teeth nonetheless. Razor ones, ready to serve as makeshift knives in case I had to cut something open, get into a container. Leo's files had my teeth slotted away under an optional asset. Right now, they were essential. I bit down, ground my teeth against the cable, and felt the metal flake and split. Shrapnel vanished inside my mouth, falling into the little storage box in my throat. The mech lifted me higher, almost even now with the walkway.
Hello, hello?
The mech said, and I met his eye as he rotated me to face him. Goodbye, I replied, the word more mushier and muffled than I liked, given my mouth still had a cable in it.
What?
I bit through, and the cable snapped. I fell as the mech reeled back, clamped feet keeping him on the walkway even as I plummeted into the water, as I hit the surface and sank like cement all the way to the bottom. The water transitioned from light blue to black, before giving a shimmering path to soft yellow, thanks to diodes implanted in the reservoir's bottom. The little golden globes ringed around several large grates with extremely fine netting, where debris clustered as the so-slight current pulled them in. I landed on one of the grates, my feet squishing through some plant remnant. The whole setup didn't seem all that pure until I noticed the smaller, flashing bits circulating around the debris. What seemed like a light trick became much more real when I felt stinging bites all around me, as though I swam in acid. Even then, I didn't find the cause until one of those flashing things went straight for my eye, giving me a perfect look at the centimeter-long filament looking to gnaw me to molecular bits. I ducked my head out of the way, bent down towards that grate, and understood. Water wasn't getting through the netting. That's how they kept this place pure. The filaments devouring me would dissolve my bits to their atomic pieces, which would flow through the grates and out of Starship's drinking water supply. A grand discovery which would leave me very dead if I stayed still. But I had one big advantage over the other debris stuck here around the grates. I could move. I bent down, punched my hand into the netting, and pressed. Those fibers so tight gave way without much struggle, like pushing away my own jacket underwater. Not designed to handle major stress. Except when I pulled the netting away, the water began to move. The debris too, and me with them. The mild current became a vortex, shuttling us down and into the pipe as the yellow diodes flared an angry red. I slid into another pipe, this one crusty and choked with matter. A sucking wind blew bubbles around me as the water rushed us all along, before depositing me and everything else in a tub-sized pool. A silver charred cover secured me and the debris inside, getting me up close and personal with a largely nibbled fern, plenty of those filaments, and what looked like a rotted pineapple. Bubbles continued surrounding us, and before I'd really comprehended what had happened, the water around me began to heat up. The silver seal started to glow. Behind me, the central pipe leading into the box sealed itself shut with a whoosh, cutting off more water and leaving me stuck inside a space barely large enough for my bulk. Oh, that's where we were. An oven, burning away the atomic waste left over from the filaments. I'd be cooked along with everything else. I pressed my still-soaked shoed feet against the tub's base and pushed up, punching against that cover and burning my hands in the process. Like the grate, nobody had designed the tub to resist active destruction, and with a couple solid hits, even with the water slowing me down, I popped the top loose and pushed it aside.
Didn't think you were going to get out of that one,
Katie said as I clambered from the steaming tub. Thanks for the confidence, I replied, and set about to seeing where I'd wound up. It was hard to have preconceived notions about where an underwater waste pipe would funnel you, but I certainly didn't imagine the holiday nightmare in which I found myself. The organic oven sat in the center of a larger sphere, with the area pressing up and into the reservoir bulging back inward, like a ball that had been deflated and punched in on one side. Hanging about the circular walls were light strands, though with more variety in type and color than I'd ever expect to see in a sane person's decor. Bright greens and reds clashed with purples and oranges. A pure white naked bulb sat flickering in one corner, producing a discordant strobe effect. The glows mingled with stale air that held a permanent char taste. For a space that should have been nothing more than a maintenance access for that oven, bounteous crap dominated.
So I think this is that mech's home.
Katie said, peering around along with me.
Must have been a hoarder.
Maybe this is the lost and found he was talking about. So much lost, and most in a condition I'd hesitate anyone wanting it found. Jumbled metals heaped on one side, neighboring a haphazard Franken furniture collection, with legs, cushions, and supports for 2 chairs and a desk, seemingly stolen from other pieces. Some tools, including what looked like other mech limbs, leaned against the far wall, near an access hatch sealed with nothing more than a simple handle.
Check this out,
Katie said, over by the desk.
Looks like he wasn't just a dumb robot.
His rambling makes me not so sure, I said, but headed over to see what Katie had noticed. Topping the desk were, believe it or not, paper journals, books, binders filled with soaked, moldy remnants, enough to make me wonder whether Starship's residents had made a habit of throwing their old paper goods in the trash.
You know where these are from?
I'm guessing the answer isn't that reservoir.
I mean, yeah, of course. But he must have fished these out around the same time. Look at them.
Katie seemed far more excited by the leather-bound journals, by the folder that, in its corroded lettering, suggested an evacuation plan, than I was. Am I supposed to be seeing something here?
You're seeing history, that's what. Starship's checkered past. You get thousands of people and seal them in a metal box for generations. You're going to get some discontent.
Okay.
You can't run around a spaceship like this shooting at people you disagree with, because if you pop a hole in the hull, everybody dies. So you have to use other methods.
I started to understand, reached out and flipped through one of the pages. With just a glance, my eyes photographed and internalized the handwriting, taking its words and mapping them into a cohesive story. A sad one. The dates on the pages held no meaning for me, but the author talked about their family, their friends, their section growing discontented with opportunities on Starship. That future generations might see a wondrous end to the mission didn't do much for the current crew, and they wanted more, demanded better jobs, better lives, the opportunity to leave the ship.
And they got their chance.
How?
Gamma, don't worry about it. It's there in your memory if you really want to look it up. But the people who did that, and the ones who protested, are all long gone. My guess, people who didn't want these found tossed them into the water. Let those filaments dissolve them.
I left the journals and their scribbled hopes and dreams on the desk. If the mech wanted to keep them, who was I to take them away? Who was I to wallow in a past I hadn't been present for? Next to the room's exit lay something else that caught my eye. An arrangement on the floor. Scraps connected by wires into a lithe contraption. One that, if my memory could be trusted, resembled a decent-sized dog, albeit one made from multicolored metal bits. I would have dismissed it as an art project, a hobby for the mech, except as I looked I saw patterns. Potential. Those wires connecting the hard feet fed into what looked like a battery and a processor. A motherboard, the computer's beating heart.
Can you turn it on?
Kaylee said, hunching over next to me. I'm not seeing a switch.
Try here.
Katie pointed to a port on the metal dog's side.
Use your jack.
Squeeze my fingers together. Make a connection. That's what Katie had done when she ran the cleaning robot after me. Now I knew how to do it too. Okay, let's see if you're ready to run, I said to the thing, and plugged in. I stood on a vast green metal plane, though unlike my flat white expanse, this one had grass. Emerald, shining grass, but grass all the same. The sky, however, had ditched blue for a deep black. Light came from the ground beneath my feet, radiating up and getting swallowed. No crystals, which might mean no storage. No digital body appeared near me either, which meant I assumed that the dog had no activity. Dormant then, waiting to be woken up. But how? The librarian had attempted to wrap his data around mine when he first came into my space. Maybe I could try the same thing with the dog, give it a part of myself and bring it to life? I reached through the grass to touch the warm, solid ground beneath. I felt a constant hum, the power from the dog's battery supplying a charge, now only used to create this grass, to maintain the dog's sleep state. Perhaps then a little jolt. The question, where to deliver it? In the physical world, I was constrained by physical laws, gravity, mass, and the like. Here, I could swim through a digital space unbound by those laws. So long as I stayed within the dog's virtual boundaries, I could do just about anything I liked. So to find my target, I leaped into the air and kept on rising. Not with the natural flow of a bird, but with an elevator's static control. I floated high above the grass and looked around, hoping to spy the dog's frozen heart so I could thaw it. I looked down and almost laughed. Too obvious, too perfect. The grass wasn't grass, but fur. What I'd thought was an endless expanse was, in fact, the dog's body lying flat, the green fur curling on the far horizon to wrap around. Just as I'd created my own body in this space, so the dog had its own, just gigantic. At least I didn't have to find my target anymore. The dog lay there beneath me. So I dug into my own archives, found the same process lurking there that had woken me on that cot not all that long ago, and pointed the routine towards the dog's bulk, the emerald fur. Like with the librarian, a silver thread wove its way from my fingers towards the dog, waving down as my code wormed its way into the dog's matrix, nestling its functions into the creature's operating system. The silver hit the fur, and I waited for the dog to move, for its processor to show life. I felt a jolt, a hard push that rattled my mind. Part of the consequences? I'd never been inside a waking mech before. Another hit, strong, and I felt pain now, but distant, like an oncoming headache. The dog and its virtual world blurred, then snapped back into focus, my silver stream spreading and finding its goal in the dog's body. What was happening? I looked around, saw nothing, and felt another hit. The dog's world vanished, light waves snapping across my vision in sudden static. A signal interruption. My body recalibrated, my eyes refocused. The mech from before loomed over me, arms raised for another hammer blow, eye leering and patchwork clothes hanging off in grotesque rags. Behind him, Katie stood with her eyes wide, hands over her mouth.
Guess I found you after all.
The mech wheezed, then drove his fist into my head. Chapter 7. Mech's Best Friend. I'd never restarted before, so the feeling that came through as my systems reworked their kinks and turned themselves back on felt like being thawed out. Warmth folded through me as I felt my fingers, legs, ears, and eyes come back online. My mind followed suit, sparking up an immediate alert warning me that similar jarring concussions could result in irreparable harm. Right. Don't get punched in the face again. Understood. I creaked my eyes open slow, saw I was still in the oven room, still right where I'd been before the mech knocked me out. My internal clock said less than a minute had passed, owing to, apparently, my system's excellent shutdown startup speed.
You're already awake?
Katie said, lying on the ground next to me.
I thought you would be out for a long time. Maybe forever.
I would have replied, but until I figured out where the mech was, I didn't want to make any noise, didn't want to move more than necessary. I could hear the mech rampaging around the room, smashing things, cursing and raging. Maybe it didn't like that I'd broken its grate or the biomatter oven.
Oh, if you're worried, the mech's busy right now,
Katie said.
You did something to that dog.
Now I snapped up, turned. The dog, a third of the mech's size, danced around the room, alternating darting in towards the mech and hopping away, opening its mouth to bark but instead offering only a metal scratching sound. Something broke in there. But the way the dog moved, its sharp steel claws let the dog leap up and grip onto the walls, standing vertical, and then jump onto the mech, deliver a scratch or a bite before bounding away from any counterblow. Agile, destructive, and seemingly invested in protecting me.
It's been doing a number on the mech since you went out. If it wasn't, I'd probably just be screaming right now as that guy ate you up.
Ate me up? I said, getting to my feet and looking for anything that could work as a weapon.
Oh yeah, mech cannibalism is a big thing. Turns out most machines have no problem taking parts from others if it'll help them complete their jobs faster.
I don't see myself doing that. Getting up sent a twinge from my shoulder, and sure enough, that grapple claw still had itself embedded into me. But never rule anything out, I guess. Pulling a hard metal claw from my own shoulder was not pleasant, but with a grimace and a grip, I tore it free as the dog darted in for another bounding attack at the mech's legs. This time, the gritty machine timed its swing right and caught the dog midway through its lunge, sending my newfound pal flying into the desk. Papers. Metal shards went flying. The mech didn't stop there, whirling towards the dog's tangled body, raising its fists for what would likely be a rough blow. "Hey," I said, "lay off my dog."
Your dog?
The mech twisted its single eye my way. Vessels, I found, could move damn fast when we wanted to. I kicked off the ground and pushed the grapple, clawed end first, straight into the mech's chest, right where that processor ought to be. The grapple sliced through, struck home, and the mech didn't even have time to complain before its limbs went limp. A lone spark evacuating the wound as the machine shut down. In the silence that followed the mech's demise, I looked at its shell and tried to figure out what I'd just done. The moral lines encoded in me suggested murdering, or even harming live humans was something to be avoided at almost all costs. Damaging other mechs, however, seemed to have looser constraints, as if the mechs themselves didn't matter.
We can always rebuild it.
Katie muttered next to me.
That's what we'd always say whenever this happened. Rebuild it and make it better.
What are you talking about?
The mechs. Gamma. What do you think I'm talking about? Dinner? That's like the story of Starship if you want it quick. Mechs running amok. The grand quest to see how many things could be automated. Not because we needed it, but because it was a puzzle to solve.
The dog approached me slow, and I took my first good look at it. While its computer parts seemed cohesive, everything else about the mech looked like it had been assembled from various junk. Cleaned up, polished junk, but scrap metal couldn't escape its roots. The dog moved fine, those wires and joints holding together, but the rounded plating making up its skin slid around and against itself. Its eyes shone with an artificial yellow glow, and its mouth couldn't quite close over jagged, tarnished steel teeth.
If the job existed, the voices would put up a prize to see who could get a mech to do it better.
Katie kept going on behind me.
Or not even better. Just do it, period. You'd have these big contests, and the winner would nuke away positions for dozens of people.
I knelt down, met the dog's eyes, and held out a hand. I ran a search in my own memory banks for dogs, and the librarian's stories held examples aplenty for befriending the canines. Whether the mammal's methods extended to its mechanical version, I couldn't be sure, but the initial results looked promising. The dog padded over to me and sniffed my hand.
You might be thinking, great, now those people have time to spend on what they want.
Katie rambled, enough that I was starting to worry.
But boredom in a place like this, where there's not a lot of new stuff to do, is deadly, Gamma. It's friggin' deadly.
I'm going to call it Alvy, I said, rubbing the dog's rounded, bucket-like head. Alvy likely didn't have nerves, or anything like my synthetic connections in its scrap body. But it must have felt the pressure because Alvy jumped up at me, planted its paws flat on my chest, and made its squeaking, wheezing bark.
Are you even listening to me?
Katie asked. Then I heard a soft laugh.
Bet I can guess what gave you that name.
I'm as creative as what I know, I replied. I chose not to say anything about Katie's comments. I was a mech, crafted to solve what the voices wanted solving. Whether or not a living human could do what I was doing, I didn't know. Whether my existence had caused another one pain, I didn't know. An uncomfortable question for a time when I wasn't stuck at the bottom of a watery grave and very late for an appointment with Alpha. With Alvy following, his claws clacking on the slick floor, we went to the hatch and opened it to reveal a long ladder leading up. Hardly as efficient as an elevator, and far too many rungs for any human to climb day after day. For a mech, though, the only factor that counted was the time spent climbing them. Purity. I thought more about the ruined mech as I scaled the ladder, Alvy reaching and pulling himself up after me. Katie said the mech had been doing what nobody else had wanted to do, keeping Starship's water clean. But clearly that original mission had faded somehow, had been corrupted into a manic state. A state that, troublingly, had still given purity. I'd decided to label the mech as such, the ability to put Alvy together. to collect and value particular debris over others. The mech had kept the journals from those poor lost souls. Why? I scanned the librarian's leftovers as I climbed, reviewed what pieces Katie had opened to my searching, and found no easy answer. The latter culminated in another hatch, one that opened up into the vast reservoir where I'd fallen with a splash that still had my clothes soaked. I'd grown so used to their wet, chill clinging that it took Katie remarking, again, that I looked like a ragged heap for me to notice. "I can't do anything about it right now," I said, walking and climbing ever higher in the reservoir, searching for a way out. "Unless you want me to go back to before?"
Naked.
Katie said, swinging her legs from a railing.
You don't look that good, Gamma. Keep the clothes on.
Alvy echoed the sentiment with his wheeze bark, and we kept on moving, eyes ever upward. We climbed into a desert. Not sand so much as artificial, blonde dirt surrounding cactus and agave rose, bright white lights lancing their hot rays from above. The hatch had us climbing into a small ditch, with a dirty pathway leading off towards that central pit, and its ever-trickling waterfall. Alvy took my immediate inaction as an excuse to play, bounding past me to bury himself in the sand, sending tufts of it flying as the dog clanked his way around. I would have played with him too, except for all the people. They swarmed around a cactus, packed in and stared at it while one, a woman with an extravagant pearl outfit and a hat with a brim so wide it seemed to swallow everything beneath it, stepped around the cactus, giving what I figured was a speech. The audience looked like a spectrum, with some in plain, dirty clothes marking manual labor and others in refined suits, hands tapping away on devices as they listened. To get a better view, I moved off the path, climbing up a slight dune to see over the crowd, trying to understand what about this particular cactus had drawn such an audience. When I made it to the top, I noticed a small girl sitting next to the cactus, her eyes on the circling woman.
You found me.
Katie whispered, joining me on my little hill. Another memory?
Another genius moment for my mother.
Katie said.
Bet you can guess which one she is.
I think I can. I'd expected something more seething from Katie's tone, but when I looked at her, I saw a soft face, a thoughtful look.
I wonder if these things still collect water.
The cactus?
That was her thing, my mom.
Katie walked down the hill, towards the closest cactus, while the memory continued playing itself out.
You had the Met crowd. She went the other way. Always about the garden and what you could do with something natural.
Katie touched the cactus, and I followed her lead, gently guiding my fingers around the yellowed spines. Why rely solely on a machine filter when you could have these too? I asked.
Exactly. Mom's cactuses were so much more efficient than the ones on Earth. You're looking at Starship's emergency water source right here, sucked right out of the air.
It's something? Katie laughed.
That's what I thought too. Who cared about a cactus when you could be playing with big robots?
I glanced back towards the crowd, curious to see if that view played itself out on the young Katie's face. But the ghosts were gone. The cactus itself, though, still stood. Alvy saw my gaze and bounded over to it, then looked back at me, confused. Just thinking, I said to the dog, though that didn't help Alvy any. Just thinking didn't help my mission either, and Katie had once more dipped back into her ether, so Alvy and I set off wandering for a way up. Having Alvy around had a strange effect on me. With Katie bouncing from my digital brain every now and then, I hadn't felt lonely on Starship. Yet, with Alvy walking along, sticking his metal nose into various objects, pawing at them, or bounding up and down the walls, my world felt more alive, less like a dream or a manufactured series of spaces designed by some malevolent god. In other words, I liked having a damn pet. Alvy's peculiarities became clear as we made our way along the desert path towards, so simple signpost declared, an elevator. The dog kept moving, kept acting like what the librarian's record suggested a dog ought to do, yet Alvy didn't react like any living thing might. For one, I was pretty certain that Alvy's nose didn't actually work. Parsing sound was a simple thing for a mech to do, but smell? My commands also worked immediately, and once Alvy had demonstrated instant mastery over rudimentary sit-and-stay orders, I went for more complex instruction. Like jump this cactus, then dash around that agave and bring me back that decorative rock over there. Alvy followed the route exactly, like any computer might, Yet, as unnatural as Alvy might be, he still triggered happiness when he butted his head against my legs or gave his wheezing bark at any encroaching critter. And there were plenty of those. Much like the garden levels above, the desert held skittering forms that dashed from plant to plant, performing various tasks I couldn't identify and couldn't be bothered to care about. The garden had an ecosystem, and it persisted without human intervention. The elevator flaunted itself, a rounded glass enclosure set right in the middle of a dozen blooming cacti. The lift shimmered that emerald green along its upper and lower metal bounds. As Alvy and I approached, the glass swept away, plates nestling behind one another into a half-meter slot against the elevator's back, creating an open-air entry. My feet, still in my soaking shoes, appreciated the elevator's soft base, like stepping onto a firm pillow. Alvy immediately went to kneading, his sharp claws making tiny marks in the fabric. I would have told him to stop, except who cared? What guard would appear and force me to pay a fine? As we set ourselves inside, the glass pulled itself back around, sealing us in. A wide patch along the transparent surface fogged into a deep blue, with clear white lettering listing the garden's several dozen levels and inviting me to select one.
You were on the 20th,
Katie said, leaning against the glass to the right.
one of the botanical sections, because apparently people like pretty things too.
Apparently, I said, reaching out to push level 19, one level below where Alpha had been. There are so many. Starship's bigger than I thought.
I've been saying that since I was born.
The glass shivered slightly as I touched it, and level 19's title, Medicinal Plants, went purple. The elevator waited a moment, I suppose to let people select other options, before shuddering and starting to ascend. I didn't get to watch the desert disappear beneath me because the elevator went dark quick after it started to move. So completely dark that Alvy whined, and I lost track of whether we were still moving at all. The patch displaying the floor numbers dissolved into roving white pixels that swirled around me along the glass, as though a blizzard had caught the display and yanked it around. I tried to watch all the dots, tried to figure out where they were going, but the whole swarm wound up settling back to where they'd been before. Only instead of floor numbers, the display asked me a question.
What are you doing here?
That is either a very simple or a very complicated question, I said to the display.
Simple. Why have you not gone to the nursery?
Okay, now I knew the source. The mysterious voices, the ones I hadn't seen or heard from since leaving Leo's lab. I've been dealing with things, I said.
Do you understand how critical your mission is?
I glanced down at Alvy, who stared back at the letters, as if reading them himself. Who knew? Maybe the dog was. Maybe Alvy had all the answers, but couldn't speak them. Honestly, I have no idea, I said.
Gamma, careful.
Katie whispered.
You don't want to mess with them.
Point taken. I tried to look sincere.
Starship is in critical condition. Its last hope resides in getting us access to the nursery. Do you understand?
I don't even know who you are or what you want to do with this nursery. How can I understand? I said. The screen didn't change.
You're reaching. Remember what I said about vessels needing to limit their information? They can't tell you because you'll...
Do what? Go crazy? I replied. I've seen enough of Starship. I've nearly been killed by a homicidal mech. I'm not going through this blind anymore.
Who are you talking to?
I stared back at the screen. The voices didn't know about Katie. The librarian, I offered.
Then he should understand. To your question, we, the voices, are the last remnants of Starship's people.
And you're, what, holed up in some part of this place?
In a sense, the nursery contains our children and our future, but we cannot see them any longer, cannot help them. That is why we need you.
Save the children, save the ship.
Katie laughed.
So simple.
Sounds that way, I replied.
If you trust them, you're simpler than I thought.
Maybe. The elevator brightened, the glass returning to its transparent state, revealing that we were still moving, slowing and settling onto the 19th level. On the display patch, the voice's letters swirled again.
Please help us.
Except I couldn't focus on their words because standing beyond the glass, staring straight back at me, was a face, curious and cautious. Alpha. Chapter 8. Infection Protocol. The glass split aside, reducing the distance between myself and another vessel to a mere meter. Alpha's strict eyes, narrow face, and long red hair splashed over his shoulders onto a seemingly makeshift tan robe that ended in tatters around the vessel's ankles. Those ankles, like the rest of Alpha, bore tiny scratches and damage I hadn't seen when I'd first caught the vessel from above. Up close, Alpha had suffered a lot of minor injuries, and either his synthetic skin no longer repaired them itself, or Alpha suppressed that feature.
Hello?
Alpha offered to start the conversation, an amber voice coming through calm and nothing like the laughing joy I'd heard before.
I've been waiting.
Here?
Yes. Once I saw you fall, I determined this would be the most likely place you would show up, if you survived.
Alpha stepped back from the elevator, gestured for me to walk off and join him. Alvy took the cue to dash away into the verdant landscape, rustling between ferns and chasing after some of the skittering pollinators. Sorry, I said. Can we start over? I'm Gamma, and you're Alpha.
You know my name?
Damn. Katie had shown me enough about Starship that I should have known to keep information to myself. Alpha wouldn't know what? Who I had dancing around my digital memory. But now he knew I wasn't entirely alone. The voices told me. I decided to go with a version of the truth. They said you'd been sent out before me, but hadn't completed their mission. Alpha's eyes narrowed. Then he relaxed into a slight smile.
They're always so frantic. Come with me, let me show you why the voices don't matter.
Don't matter? I asked. Aren't they the ones that created us? Alpha walked and I walked with him, keeping pace as he led us through a level labeled Cloud Forest. Nearly as lush as the botanical level that I'd explored, vines combed almost every open area. Mist played continually along the bottom, puffing up in little clouds as we walked. Small trees dominated, some bearing myriad fruits in tropical colors. The waterfall's noise paraded.
Being something's creator doesn't give you the right to control them.
Alpha reached up and ran a long, muscled arm along a green vine, as if giving the plant a pet. He was impressively athletic, though I supposed I was as well. Synthetic muscle didn't require working out or nutrition.
Don't feel like you owe them anything.
An interesting point of view, and no doubt with a story behind it. But why not? I said. Why shouldn't we help them?
Because I'd rather do something else, like wander the garden. It's a marvelous place, don't you think?
Sure, but...
Quiet, Gamma. I know you have questions, but you will learn more by listening. Once you understand, then you might find you don't have any questions at all.
I shut my mouth. Alpha had let the tiniest bit of irritation bleed into that last comment, and I didn't want to alienate the only other mech I'd met that wasn't intent on murdering or brushing me aside on its eternal mission.
Is it me?
Katie said, walking backwards in front of us.
Or does that sound stupid? If you understand, then you'll have no questions. Yeah? That's how questions work?
I pressed my lips together to keep from laughing. Alpha did seem so serious, a veneer that appeared at odds with his bedraggled appearance, and a plant-filled space where a robot dog pestered tiny pollinating machines. After all, the vessel had just been taking a bath. How dramatic could things be?
I've turned the garden into my home,
Alpha continued.
It's the only part of Starship where I feel connected to the life this great place once held. You'll come to feel the same way, I know.
One of those pollinators dashed under my foot as I tried to think up a reply, and Alpha caught me as I stumbled.
But Leo created us to be inquisitive creatures, to always be looking out for ways to better ourselves and Starship itself.
He did? I noticed that Alpha rarely looked my way while he spoke, scanning our surroundings even though we were walking on a clear path with zero danger around us. Except, maybe, Alvy, who burst out from the deep green bushes to our right, pursuing 3 pollinators, their oval, tendril-laden bodies scurrying away from the dog, who followed wheeze-barking the whole way.
Leo didn't chain himself to the voices,
Alpha said.
He did what they asked because he had to, but Leo slipped what makes you and I inside his directed mission. We have our independence because of him, which means we can give Starship what it needs, not what the voices want.
And you're doing that by staying in the garden? Alpha's face flickered at the reply, not to an expected irritated frown, but rather to a manic, eyes-wide, mouth-open look, like a silent scream. After a second, with me taking a step back, Alpha's face reset to its contemplative smile.
I'm protecting it, Gamma. Starship's food, water, and air come from here. If there is to be any hope, the garden must survive.
Except, we don't need any of those things? The path spread out to a wide space, a grassy meadow hill ringed with misty trees and a faux blue sky overhead, a big yellow light in its center. A breeze broke the sticky warm air.
Not yet, Gamma. Not yet, but we will.
You
don't understand. Yes, I know.
Alpha replied as we walked into the meadow's center.
Please, sit down.
Why? Again that face flicker, those bugged-out eyes. This time I tried to stay still, to see what might be causing it. Was Alpha suffering from some tic? Had a wire crossed itself?
I'm not asking, Gamma.
Alpha said, his set face back, but trading the smile for a straight line.
This will help you. Help us both. And will help Starship most of all.
I did not sit. Something with Alpha's voice, his continually twitching face, had my digital nerves flaring. I'd hoped meeting Alpha would give me some insight to what the voices really wanted. Maybe even get a partner to help fulfill their mission. Instead...
This vessel's really creeping me out,
Katie said, circling Alpha.
I knew Leo. He wouldn't put this kind of stuff into a vessel's head. He wasn't a crackpot philosopher.
A yipping noise came from the way we'd come. And Alpha and I both looked to see Alvy streaking towards us, scattering up torn leaves and dirt as the dog ran. Behind him, pollinators followed. Not just a few, either, a horde, their tendrils all up and raised, racing after my dog. My dog. Hey! I shouted as Alvy raced towards me. Stay away from him! I didn't have a plan for what I'd do against that skittering mass, a group that grew as it swept into the room with us, swarming around the mound. Then again, I wasn't all that certain what the little creatures could do to Alvy and I. Poke us to death? Alpha, for his part, watched the growing horde without expression. He folded his arms and stared silent until the pollinator flow slowed
into a vessel's head. He wasn't a crackpot philosopher.
A yipping noise came from the way we'd come. And Alpha and I both looked to see Alvy streaking towards us, scattering up torn leaves and dirt as the dog ran. Behind him, pollinators followed. Not just a few, either, a horde, their tendrils all up and raised, racing after my dog. My dog. Hey! I shouted as Alvy raced towards me. Stay away from him! I didn't have a plan for what I'd do against that skittering mass, a group that grew as it swept into the room with us, swarming around the mound. Then again, I wasn't all that certain what the little creatures could do to Alvy and I. Poke us to death? Alpha, for his part, watched the growing horde without expression. He folded his arms and stared silent until the pollinator flow slowed to a trickle and the crimson-beamed mass sat quivering, surrounding us. "Are you seeing this?" I said. "Because this doesn't look like normal behavior."
How many mechs have you seen around here with normal behavior?
That's the first good point he's made.
Katie said, giving Alvy a virtual pet. "You get what I'm saying?" I looked around the mound, but no weapons presented themselves. There weren't even any vines to break off and use as makeshift whips. What are they doing?
What I asked them to. Now please sit down. It should be easier this way.
My nerves flared. My program designed to assess threats deciding that what Alpha had just said was indeed a problem. I turned to and stepped away from Alpha in a single motion, trying to get some space. Alvy picked up on the new vibe and issued a wheezing growl Alpha's way before stepping close to me and giving a nervous glance towards all those pollinators.
Told you he was bad news.
Katie whispered next to me. She had her fists balled, that spearmint hair spiking everywhere.
You wouldn't be awake if this guy had stayed sane.
"Mind telling me what it is you're planning to do?" I asked Alpha.
Of course, Starship belongs to the mechs now, and the mechs will belong to me.
Oh, so it was that simple. I didn't have time to ask how Alpha would claim all the various mechs, because his face stretched into that wild grin as he jumped at me. Behind us, around us, the pollinators joined their master's charge, scrambling up the grassy mound towards us. If Leo had put any programming in my data to handle an assault by a tiny robot swarm coupled with a dangerous alternative version of myself, perhaps I could have mounted some defense. Instead, I managed to get my arms up to block whatever punch Alpha planned to throw my way, only to see my dog leap in between us and drive the vessel to the ground. As Alvy pressed the enemy into the dirt, I felt the first pollinator slam into my ankle and start climbing up my leg. I kicked the thing off, sending it flying into the leafy mist, but more swarmed in its place. If one couldn't topple me, 5 packed enough weight to send me to the ground. Alvy's rattling growls changed their tune as the pollinators swarmed him too, though I couldn't see that as I kept trying and failing to sweep them away from me. The pollinators poked and played around my skin, though none pierced me. None appeared to be trying to even hurt me, but they latched onto my limbs and held me down, entangled their tendrils in my hair to hold my head back. Alvy whimpered, and I swear I tried. I sent every bit of energy I had to my arms and legs to fight back, but the pollinators had buried me. I could see and little else, which meant I could do nothing when Alpha appeared overhead, bearing new tears through his robe. Alvy's incredible loyalty right there. Not that Alpha noticed. The vessel crouched near my head and nodded his own, as if to some imaginary beat. Perhaps the lyrics in his soul, whatever pushed him into this.
It's okay.
Alpha said, returning that slight smile to his face.
I expected this. I still believe in you, Gamma.
I started to spit out a reply, but Alpha clamped a hand over my mouth, put his other on my head's side, behind my ear. Unfortunately, he kept his palm, his fingers away from my razor teeth.
Don't fight. This will all be over soon.
Alpha reached his other hand into the pollinator stack, and the crimson orb swam away from his touch, bleeding onto the meadow around him. I tried to raise my head to see what Alpha was doing. Alvy had gone quiet, and I didn't know whether the dog had been destroyed or just turned off. Katie flickered into being in the corner of my eye, her face sad but resolute.
We're not done yet.
Katie said to me. Despite the obvious, I didn't get the chance to ask her. Not only because Alpha had his hand over my mouth, but because the real world broke and fell away. My crystals hung overhead, locked in their teeth-row pattern along the infinite sky in my digital space. I realized I was on my back, the hard pearl surface beneath me proving little comfort.
You might want to get up.
its data as I supposed it had lived. Everywhere we could see, from the little plastic fort we stood upon, appeared to be a gigantic park.